right, so let's get the link for the live stream. And the link for the live stream is, it's just going to take a couple of seconds. Here it is. Okay. So if you want to visit the live stream on YouTube, you can go ahead and go to that link. All right, so let's start. This over here. Okay. So this is HackerFrogs After School Python Programming Basics Part 7. So there's only a couple more sessions to go in the Python series, and after the Python series is over, we're going to be starting into some real hacking. So we're going to be learning about web app hacking, and that's probably going to be on, what day is it today? It's Monday today, so that's going to be on Friday. So on Friday, we're going to be starting our web app hacking course, but before that, let's finish off our last couple of Python programming sessions. And today, this workshop is the 7th class for Intro Python Programming. During our last workshop, we learned about a few programming concepts through Python, including the following. So we learned about functions. Functions are defined blocks of code that can be executed multiple times in the same program. So if you can create a function in the program, you can use that code, you can call that function over and over again by using the name of the function with a pair of parentheses and whatever we need to run that function inside the parentheses. Okay. Executing a function is usually referred to as calling a function or a function call. So you'll hear calling a function, function call, you'll hear running a function, you'll hear executing a function. These all mean the same thing. It's running the code inside the function. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, ReesBees. Thank you very much. So in today's workshop, we're going to be learning about the following two topics. We're going to go over very briefly classes and objects, and then we're going to be covering Python dictionaries. So classes and objects, we're going to be talking a little bit about how Python classifies different types of data, different objects, and different classes. And then we'll be talking about a different type of list, which is called a dictionary. It's, well, you'll find out. Okay. All right, so part 1 is objects and classes. So Python is an object-oriented programming language. Sometimes you'll hear these referred to as OOP languages or object languages. Usually they'll just call it object-oriented language. So that means that all pieces of data in Python code are considered objects. So you can say we've got our variables here, my integer, my float, my string. These are all considered objects in Python, but they're also classified into different types of data. So in addition, all objects in Python are separated into different classes. We see that the three variables here are in the integer, float, and string classes, respectively. So we've got our integer, we've got our float, we've got our string. When we use the type function to get what type of objects these are inside of Python, they'll say they're part of a class integer or class float or class string. So an object's class indicates which built-in functions, methods, and variables it has. So if we have our string over here equal to the HackerFrogs, we can use the length function on this string to get the number of characters that's inside the string. And we can also use the .upper method here in order to output the string in all uppercase. So we can only do these functions and these methods because this is a string. So these are string-specific functions and methods. Okay, so all objects belong to a class, and an object's class indicates which built-in functions, methods, and variables it has. I think we already talked about that. So here we've executed a function and method on the myString variable. Both the len function and the upper method are unique to the string class. If we change the myString value to an integer, executing either the len function or the upper method would result in an error message. So let's see this for ourselves. So over at onlinepython.com, and as usual, you can access it from this link over here, which I'm providing to everybody. When you load up the page, you're going to see some code that's already there. As usual, you need to highlight all the code already on the page and delete it, and then we can insert our own code here. So we're going to do the myString variable. We're just going to call it could be anything. Let's just make it the HackerFrogs. Okay, and then we can print with the length function myString, and we can also print myString dot upper. And this method needs to have a pair of parentheses over here. All right, so sometimes it can get a little bit confusing if we put one function inside of another function, and because we're going to see pairs of parentheses inside of other pairs of parentheses. So just keep in mind that if you're missing some parentheses, then the code isn't going to run. So if we run this code over here, then we get what we see in the slides. We have our length function, which returns the number of characters in the string, and then we also have the upper method, which is going to print out everything in the string in capital letters. But the problem is, because these are string exclusive functions, if we change myString to an integer like this, then if we try to run this this code over here, it's not going to work because we get an error and it says type error, object of type integer has no length function. So this isn't going to work, and it'll tell you what line is the problem in the code. So this is a very important thing because when we're doing some debugging and trying to figure out what problem is in the program, we always need to take a note as to which line in the code is the problem. And this just illustrates that integers have their own functions and methods and all that other stuff, because each one of these class objects, the integers, the strings, and the floats, they all have different functions and methods that can be used on them. Okay. So we'll talk a little bit about creating new classes. So in Python, you're free to create your own classes. There are the built-in classes like integers, strings, and floats, etc. But if you wanted to, you could create your own classes, and it's actually very useful for programmers to create their own classes when they're trying to make objects that all have the same kind of functions and methods that can be applied to them. So for example, if you're programming a game, you can create a class of objects in Python that are monsters, and each monster is going to have the same type of statistics, and each monster in this case is going to have a bunch of different functions and methods that can be applied to those objects. So programmers often create new classes in their code to give the new class of objects common attributes, methods, and functions. Let's see, Chris in YouTube says ribbit to you as well. We're just doing a class on Python right now. I hope if you want to learn about some Python, you can join in. All right, so how do we create our classes? So first of all, to create a class, we have to use the class keyword, and then we have to give the class a name. To create a class, we begin with the class keyword, then the name of the class, then a colon. The first letter of the class name is capitalized. So this is a naming convention inside of Python. If you're going to create, when you're referencing classes, you have to capitalize the first letter. So on the next line, we have to indent 4 spaces and then use so when we create a class, we also have to create a function inside of the class, which is going to tell Python how to initialize an object in that class. Then we have to put the double underscore init, double underscore, and then a pair of parentheses. Then inside the parentheses, self, then any other attributes the class requires, and then a colon. If this seems like a bit much, don't worry, because we're only skimming past this class creation process. We do not expect you to create your own classes in Python at your current level. And personally, I've never had to create classes in any of my programs, but all of the programs that I create are pretty basic. Okay, so we've got our class student. Let's just say we wanted to create a student class. So we're all students. We're all HackerFrogs. We're learning about stuff. And let's make our class student. One important feature of class creation is defining the init function over here. Init function is how we create all the attributes for the object in the class. Specifies the attributes of the class. So, for example, we've got this class of students, this student class rather, and each student is going to have a name and a favorite subject. So the self over here is just something that we need in order to have the class objects function normally. And the other attributes here are things that we can customize. So we've got self.name equals name. This is just how the object can get its own attributes. So we've got our name over here, and each student is also going to have what is called a favorite subject. And then if we were to create an object inside of the student class here, let's just say we created this object called crypto guy. It's a student, and its name is crypto guy, and its favorite subject is cryptography. So let's recreate this just so we can get a little feel for how to create classes. Okay, so over here, online Python. So we're going to create a class, and let's call this class HackerFrog. So class HackerFrog, I think this is the syntax we use. Hold on. Yeah, just like this. Okay, class HackerFrog, and the first thing we need to do is we need to use the def underscore init. So this is a function, the init function, to create the object. So the object is going to have a self attribute, and it's going to have a name attribute, and it's going to have a fav subject attribute. Okay. All right, so we need to define some things here. So the first thing we're going to define is self.name equals name. So this is the name attribute for the HackerFrog object over here. The next thing we're going to do is self.fav underscore subject is going to be fav subject. Okay, so we can also give the HackerFrog class some other variables. So let's just make one called hf underscore motto, and this is going to be the motto for the HackerFrogs. And the motto for the HackerFrogs, let's just call this one hip hop and hack. Okay. All right, so we've got a little class over here. Each class object is going to have a name and a favorite subject, and it also has a motto, which is this string over here, hip hop and hack. So let's create an object inside the HackerFrog class. So you can create any HackerFrog you want. Let's just call this HackerFrog WebFrog. WebFrog? Yeah, WebFrog. WebFrog is a HackerFrog, and with this following statistics. So it's going to have a name, and it's going to have a favorite subject. So the name is going to be WebFrog, and its favorite the WebFrog's favorite subject is web app hacking. Okay. All right. So after we've done all this, when we print out WebFrog, it's going to tell us that WebFrog is a HackerFrog. So let's print this, run this. So it tells us that it is a HackerFrog object at this memory address. I don't know. I'm not completely too sure why they have to include the memory address, but that's how it is. So everybody, I want you to try creating one of these yourselves. So if you find it a little bit difficult, then what we're going to do is we're going to take this code and then we're going to put it in the GitHub file. So let me just grab the GitHub file real quick. So let's see, session notes, batch 1, Python, user BD got an error. Okay, so if you got an error, let me just grab the session notes real quick, and we're going to edit these. And I'm going to put this down at the bottom. Okay, so let me save this. Okay, so everybody, you can access the code in this file here. And if you scroll down to the bottom of the GitHub page, then there's this code here. So the code over here, you can copy it. Just go over to this button right here and click on it, and then it says copied. Then go back to your online Python, and in the online Python you can highlight all your code and get rid of it, and then paste in the code. Okay, so go ahead and try copying the code and pasting it in, and you could try playing around with this a little bit. So WebFrog doesn't need to be named WebFrog. You could name it anything you like. And what we can do, another thing we can do is we can actually get the WebFrog's attributes. So we can get the name of the WebFrog by printing off webfrog.name. So if we run that, then we get WebFrog. And we can also get its fav subject. So we can do webfrog.fav_subject and then run that. Then we get web app hacking. And we can also get the motto. So if we go over here and we do print webfrog.hf motto and we run that, then it prints out the motto, hip hop and hack. Okay. So if you have any questions about classes and objects, so we actually don't have too much time to cover too much about classes and objects, but I just wanted to include this over here, just so you know that just like integers, strings, and floats, and a bunch of other ones, lists are also objects. Dictionaries are also objects. You can create your own classes of objects in Python as well. But yeah, we need to move on to the next topic, and the next topic is going to be talking about dictionaries in Python. So dictionaries are a different type of list. But you'll learn how they're different. Okay. So one attribute which all classes share is the self attribute, which is used to access the other attributes and methods of the class in the code. So remember that when we did our init function over here to initialize the object, we need to include this self attribute. And this is how we're able to get the different attributes of the class. We have to define self dot something something, and that's how we do it. Okay, so in part 2 we're talking about dictionaries. So dictionaries in Python are similar to other container objects, such as lists, except that the data stored in dictionaries are pairs of keys and values, as opposed to individual items. So dictionaries, like I said, they operate a lot like lists, but it kind of works like a real-life dictionary, because first you have the key, which is the word, and then the information about that word, which is the value. So if we've got a dictionary over here called country capitals, there's the country and then the capital city. We've got England and London and Canada and Ottawa. So if you can think of something else that we can create as a dictionary, let us know in the chat. But otherwise, let's try recreating this. So over in Online Python, Final Fantasy, is that 14? Anyways, we can play that for free if we really wanted to. Okay, so we're going to call this country capitals, and this is going to be equal to a dictionary. In Python, dictionaries are defined by these squiggly brackets right here. So if a variable is equal to a squiggly bracket, then we know it's a dictionary. So we're going to do a couple of different entries in this dictionary. So we're going to do a string and then a string, but each one of these strings is going to have a colon and another string. This is how we define dictionaries. It's key on one side, and then a colon, and then a value. And if there's more than one, we have to separate them all by these commas right here. So country capitals, we've got America. And what's the capital of America? Can somebody tell me? Washington, D.C. That's correct. User D has it correct. Washington, D, period, C, period. Okay. And what about, ooh, I didn't spell that correctly. Washington. Okay. All right. And let's say another country. Let's say we're looking at Japan. Does anybody know the capital of Japan? It's also the country. It's also the city that you probably know. It's the biggest one. Okay, users B, D, and D also, they have it correct. It is Tokyo. Tokyo, Japan is the capital. We've got our country and we've got our capital. So it's key colon value, and then the second object key colon value. So Japan is the key, Tokyo is the value. All right, so let's move on. So dictionaries can be identified by a pair of curly braces within which are pairs of keys and values. Each pair is separated by commas. The key and the value are themselves separated by a colon. So if we have, let's try creating another little dictionary. So over in Online Python, so keys don't necessarily have to, everything doesn't necessarily have to be a string. So these are all strings. We know they're strings because they're between these single quotes or double quotes. But let's see. Let's do number and symbols. Numbers and symbols, or numbers and what is it called? When a number can number and meaning. Okay, so we've got a couple of can anybody give us some numbers that mean specific things? So for one example is the number 7 is considered lucky, and if you've got other numbers that that you think mean something different, let us know in the chat, and we'll try to include them in this dictionary here. So number meaning, for example, 7, that means lucky. And maybe 1337, that equals elite. And okay, so BD says that 2 means duality. Okay, so 2 equals duality. And what else? Oh, the number 8. Oh, the number 4 in some cultures, that means death. Does anybody know any other ones? But anyways, what we can do, if you wanted to print out a dictionary, you can print it out like any other object. So you just print and then the name of the object over here. And if you run this, it'll print out like this. So 7, 13, 37, 2, 4, and these and the associated values over here. Okay? So dictionaries can also be initialized in the format above, which is easier to read. Okay, so we've got our country capitals. We can also format them like this, which makes it a little bit easier. Let's do one more dictionary, just for fun. So another dictionary we can do is vital stats. And let's just say it is web frog. So let's just say that we've got a student who is the web frog, and we want to get their vital stats. And we're going to make this into a dictionary. So we could do actually, we're going to do it like this. So we're going to initialize these vital stats in the other format, which was shown over here. And you can actually do vital stats for whatever character you like. And we're going to do something like height, and we're going to do height, and the height is going to be, let's just say 6. Oh no, this gets a little bit messy. 6 foot 5 inches. Oh no, that looks weird too. Okay, 6 foot 5 inches, and we will do weight. And I don't even know what this person is supposed to weigh. Let's just say that they weigh. Oh no, this doesn't work. This has to be a string. So these all have to be strings. Okay. So weight. Let's just say that they weigh 200 pounds. And we're going to say their age. Let's just say they're 25. And what's one more thing we can do? How about favorite hacker subject? And that'll be web app hacking. There you go. Okay. So everybody, let's try this. So it's going to be something vital stats. It doesn't need to be web frog. It could be any character you like. And then we'll give them a height, a weight, an age, and a favorite hacker subject. Well, it doesn't need to be a favorite hacker subject. It can be anything. But I think afterwards, try. So here's the thing. We have to pay attention to a few different things as far as syntax is concerned. So each one of these pair values, if it's you have to make it a string. So each one of these keys has to be a string. And if you want to, you need to separate them. You need to separate the key and the value with this colon. And between each one of these objects, you have to put one of these commas. So if you're able to get to write up something like this and then print it off, print out WebFrog vital stats, and then run it like this. If you're able to get this to run successfully, please type in the chat, I dictionaried. Smiley face. Remember, if you're having problems, if you're getting errors, what you need to do is each one of these keys has to be a string. The key and the value has to be separated by this colon over here. And each one of these objects has to be separated by a comma. So there should be, if you're doing 4 objects, 4 entries, you need 4 commas. Okay, so, and as usual, if you're having a problem, please let us know what kind of error that you're seeing in Python, and we'll try to help you out and fix up your code. All right, let's move on. So iterating over dictionaries. So you're not able, if you wanted to print out each item in a dictionary, you have to do it in a very specific way. Items in a dictionary can be iterated over using a for loop, but we must use the items method, which renders the dictionary into a list with tuples as the content, which hold the key value pairs. So if this all sounds a little bit confusing, don't worry. Just know that if you wanted to print out each item in the dictionary one by one, then you would have to use this items method over here. It's a special method just for dictionaries, and this is going to turn the dictionary into a different type of thing that can be printed out. So if we wanted to print out each one of these things one by one, we need to do this kind of format. For ij in country capital dot items, this method right here, print that thing, and then it prints out. So for example, if we wanted to go over here and we wanted to do for ij, so ij stands for this key, and then j stands for the value. So for ij in WebFrog vital stats, whoops, it's not WebFrog vital stats, it's WebFrog vital stats dot item. Is it dot item or dot items? Let me take a look again. Dot items with an S. Okay, print I and j. So I and j don't necessarily need to be I and j. DG, user DG has dictionary. Great to see. Thank you very much. So I and j could be, you could rename these to key and value as well. It doesn't need to be ij, it just needs to be, you just need to keep it the same when you're doing this. Oh, that's not how you print either. You need to print with these parentheses. Okay. So for key value in WebFrog vital stats dot items, print the key and the value. If you run this, then it's going to print out properly. But if you were to just use for key, or so for I in this thing, print the thing, then it's only going to print out the keys. So it'll only print out the height, weight, age, and it won't include the value on the other side. Okay, so how do we add keys and values? We're going to talk a little bit about this. To add keys to the existing dictionary, we're going to simply define the dictionary's index with the name of the key, then supply the value on the other side of the equal sign as shown above. So this is a little bit more interesting. We've got our friend and the city that they live in. So this is a dictionary of friends and the city they live in. For example, we've got Carl, who lives in Toronto, Rachel, who lives in New York, but we want to add a friend. So we're going to add Bobby with the value of Texas. So Bobby is the key and Texas is the value. If we were to print out this dictionary now, we've got Carl, Toronto, Rachel, New York, and Bobby, Texas. Okay, so let's try this. Let's get rid of everything. And friend underscore city. And this is a dictionary, and we're going to do... So can you give us some friend... Can the people in the call provide us with some friends and some cities? So the name of a friend and what city they live in. You can supply more than one, it's fine. So let's get this rolling. Let's just say we've got John, and they live in... Let's say they live in Seattle. Okay, we've got a combination of Princess, who lives in Houston. Okay, and maybe we can get one more. So John lives in Seattle, Princess lives in Houston, and maybe let's say Juan, who lives in Spain. There we go. Okay, and now what we want to do is we want to add somebody. So we're going to add somebody to the friend city dictionary. So we're going to do friend underscore city. And we're going to provide an index. And the index is going to be for, let's say, Joanna. And Joanna is going to live in... What's the city? Oh, Spain isn't a city. Jeez. I'm sorry. It should be Madrid. And Joanna is going to live in... What's the famous city? Paris. There you go. All right. So if we print... Now I need to take a drink. Hold on. Too much talking. Too much talking. Okay. So if we were to print out this this dictionary, print friend city, and we run this. Oh, nothing. Wait, nothing appears? That's weird. Friend city, we've got the dictionary here. We added something. Then we printed this. Why does it come out blank? Oh, that's the weird little error. Okay. So everything came out. Great. All right. Whoops. So everybody, I want you to give this a try. So create your friend city dictionary here. And then try adding a friend with this method right over here. And then print out your friend city dictionary. If you get it to print out with all of the friends over here, then please type in the chat, I added a friend. Smiley face. Okay, user D has added a friend. Great to see, great to see. All right, so Nicole Cupper has just subscribed on YouTube. Thank you very much. Welcome to the HackerFrogs. Okay, so let's move on. So just as we can add keys and values, we can also remove them. So to remove entries from a dictionary, there are two ways. The first way is to use the del keyword along with the dictionary key as the index name. So if we wanted to delete Carl from this friend city dictionary here, we would just use the del keyword and then the name of the dictionary and then the index that we want to delete. So it's very easy. Over here, we would do del and then friend underscore city and then the name of the key. So let's delete John. So if we delete this index over here, then it's removed from the dictionary. And when we print the dictionary, user DG has also added a friend. Great to see. Thank you very much. So if we run this, then we see that John is no longer in the dictionary here. Okay? All right, so the second way to remove entries from dictionary is the pop dictionary method, and we supply the name of the dictionary, then the dot, and then pop, and a pair of parentheses. And inside the parentheses, we supply the name of the key that we want to get rid of. So in this case, we supply Rachel, but in this case, we can also use friend.pop, and we're going to pop. I guess pop seems a bit. The sound of it seems a bit extreme, but let's say instead of deleting with the del method, we pop John. Popping, yeah. Well, I don't want to make it sound like John is some sort of balloon that gets popped. But if we run it like this, also BD has also added a friend. Thank you very much. Oh, the name friend is not designed. Oops, this should be friend underscore city. Okay, so friend city dot pop, and then inside the parentheses we give the string John. So let's run this. And then Princess, Houston, Juan, Madrid, Joanne, Paris, and John is no longer here. All right, so I want you to try deleting one of the entries from the friend city dictionary here. It doesn't matter if you're using the pop method or if you're using the del keyword. So one more time, if you want to use the del keyword, it's del friend underscore city, and inside the square brackets, the name of. So one other thing I want to point out is that you can leave comments in the code, and you can do so with the hashtag here. So if you hashtag a line of code, that means it turns into a comment, and anything inside the comment over here is not going to be run by the Python program. So you can actually do this if you want to omit lines of code. So if you comment out this over here, whoops, I don't want to comment this one out. If you comment out these lines of code over here, that means they're not going to be run. So anything after the hashtag is not going to be run by the program. So if we run this, we're going to see that Joanna is not going to be added to the list, and John is not going to be deleted here, but he is going to be deleted here. And when we run the code again, we only have two friends, Princess and Juan. Okay. So everybody, you don't need to demonstrate to me that you know how to delete your friends, because that's kind of sad. But this is the way we do it. Okay. Oh, no problem. No problem. We don't delete anybody we don't need to. Okay, so another thing we have to understand is that dictionary keys cannot be changed. Um, they can be created and they can be deleted, but they cannot be modified. So the names of keys cannot be changed after they've been created. Once the keys, only the key's value can be changed. I'm sorry, I've got a little typo in here. So we can change the value. So what we can do is we can, so in here, let me uncomment these. Okay, well, if for some reason John were to move somewhere else, we could change the value of John in the dictionary. So we could do friend underscore city John, and we could change his city to, let's say he moved to Los Angeles. That's how you spell it, right? Okay. And then if we were to print this, if we were to print the dictionary now, then John's value would change from Seattle to Los Angeles. But we can't change the key John or Princess or Juan. We can only delete them and we can add them, but we can't change the key from John to something else. So let's answer a couple of questions about dictionaries, and then we're going to solve a PicoCTF challenge to finish off today's lesson. Okay. So which of the following statements about Python dictionaries is true? So A, a dictionary is a mutable ordered collection of items. B, a dictionary can have duplicate keys. C, dictionary keys must be immutable and unique. And D, dictionary values must be unique. So everything you've heard about dictionaries, which one of these do you think is true? The rest of these are false. Okay, we've got some answers coming in. Okay, we've got some answers. One person says A. Okay, so the answer here is that C, dictionary keys must be immutable and unique. So dictionary keys, you can't have the same key in a dictionary more than once. So if you put John in your dictionary, you can't put John again in the dictionary. But if you had another type of object in Python, like a list, you could have the same object multiple times in the list. Okay, so one more question about dictionaries. Which of the following methods could be used to delete a key value pair from the dictionary? Is it A, the del keyword, B, the pop method, C, A and B, or D, none of the above? Let's see. Comfini from Twitch says, "Hey, what game is this?" This isn't a game. We're learning about coding right now. So we're just learning about some Python language, and we're going to be finishing out our Python lesson in about 5 minutes or so, and then we're going to be doing some hacking. Can you explain that again? I'm in Intro to CS. Oh, you're a computer science student. Interesting. But which of the following methods could be used to delete a key value pair from the dictionary? We've got A, the del keyword, B, the pop method, C, A and B, or D, none of the above. So the answer is A and B. So remember we talked about how the del keyword and the pop method can be used to delete things from the dictionary. Okay, so we were also talking about dictionaries. Dictionary keys are immutable and unique, meaning that if you got a key in the dictionary, it cannot be duplicated and it cannot be changed. And that's what we're talking about. All right, so everybody, let's do a little exercise over at Python at picoctf. And in picoctf, what I want you to do is I want you to log in over here. Thank you very much for following Comfy. Okay. What are dictionary keys? So we spent today's lesson talking about dictionary keys, and dictionaries are these kind of objects in Python where they're kind of like lists, only they're pairs of values. So you've got a key and then a value. So in this case, we've got our friends and the city they live in. John lives in Seattle. Princess lives in Houston. Juan equals Madrid, for example. Comfy asks, if I give you my IP, can you find me? I've never tried. I've never tried before. I could probably find what city that you live in, but finding out your exact neighborhood, I'm not completely sure about that. All right. So everybody inside of picoctf, please go to your web shell. Comfy says Juan can live somewhere else too. Well, they could live somewhere else. Yeah. Let's see. User BD asks, wait, how can you do that? I'll illustrate very quickly here. Let's see. Find my IP. There's a bunch of websites just like this where you can get an IP address. So, my IP address is over here, and I live near Vancouver. So this IP address over here is associated with certain areas. So if whatever service that you get your IP address from, they're going to give you an IP address, and it's going to be associated with a certain city. I live in Canada. I've mentioned this a few times that I live in Canada. I live near Vancouver, Canada. That's not a secret. But any more than that, I think might be telling too much. Churrasquinho 69 has just followed on Twitch. Thank you very much. All right, so let's get to our exercise before we run out of time today, okay? So everybody, go ahead and log into your web shell, and the web shell you're gonna want to make it nice and big, just like this. I hope you know how to do that. If not, let us know in chat, and I'll try to walk you through it. Okay. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna cover the Serpentine challenge. Oh, PK also lives in Canada. That's great. That's great to hear. All right, so let's do the Serpentine challenge. Ooh. All difficulties in all categories, Serpentine over here. So go ahead and navigate to this page over here. Okay, Comfy asks, can I come by for in-person lessons? I do online lessons because I like to teach a lot of people at once from different places. Please don't try to get in-person lessons from me. All right, so Serpentine over here. Let's solve this challenge. So the challenge description says, find the flag in the Python script. And there's this link over here to download the script. What you need to do is you need to right-click on it and select Copy Link, and then go over to the web shell. In the web shell, we're going to download it with wget. So just type in wget space, and then right-click, select Paste, and then that's going to paste in the file address, hit Enter, and that's going to download the file. You'll know that you have the file when you type ls and then enter, and then you see serpentine.py in your directory list over here. Okay? So does anybody know how we would run this file? So we've got this file, serpentine.py. How do we run this file? What command should we give on the console here? Okay, user BD says we use Python. Yeah, so we just type in Python and then space and then the name of the file. Remember, you can just begin typing in the name of the file, then hit tab for autocomplete, and then hit enter. Okay, so it says, welcome to the Serpentine Encourager. So there's A, print encouragement, B, print flag, and C, quit. So everybody, have we done this challenge before? If you've done this challenge before, if this looks familiar, please type I've seen it in the chat. Oh, okay. So we have done this before. Does anybody remember how we solved this challenge? So we're just going to try to print the flag. And it says, oops, I must have misplaced the print flag function. Check my source code. We put the stuff in nano. Oh, right. Okay, so we have solved this challenge before. Okay. Copy pasted the flag. Yeah, we did that. Okay, sorry, I forgot. I have bad memory. So we did do this challenge before. Okay. So unfortunately, we've run out of time today, but let me grab one challenge that you could try to do offline or after the class is over, just so you have something to try for. Let's do PW crack. We've got PW crack 2. Have we done this one before? I kind of feel like we have done this one before. Let me... Okay. Actually, you know what? Have we done number 3? Okay, so PW crack. All right. So what I want you to do is I want you to try to solve this challenge. We're not going to solve it in today's session because we've run out of time for today, but I want you to try solving it on your own. But let's do a summary of today's lesson and then we'll stop for the day, okay? All right, so first of all, classes and objects. Python is an object-oriented programming language, and as such, all data in Python code are considered objects. All objects belong to a class, and an object's class indicates which built-in functions, methods, and variables it has. We also learned about dictionaries. Dictionaries in Python are similar to other container objects such as lists, except that the data stored in dictionaries are pairs of keys and values as opposed to individual items. Dictionaries are useful for recording different key-value pairs that all pertain to one subject, or one common value across a number of subjects. Okay, so what's next? In the next HackerFrogs After School Python Programming Basics session, we're going to wrap up our time with Python by writing scripts to solve CTF challenges. So what we're going to do is we're going to learn about how to write Python scripts to help us solve challenges. So we're going to be using Python to do some to solve some what was it? What is the word? To actually work for us to solve challenges. Anyways, so for everybody in the Zoom call, we'll be wrapping up the session shortly. But for everybody in the live stream, we're going to be taking a little bit of a break, maybe 2 or 3 minutes, and then we'll come back and we'll do some live hacking until the next HackerFrogs class, which is happening in about an hour or so. So everybody in the live chat, we'll be back in a couple of minutes. All right, everybody, we're back. All right, so if Comfy is still here and you wanted to ask questions about hacking stuff, you can go ahead and do that. And like I said, I don't think I've said this before, never mind. But if you have any questions about cybersecurity, go ahead and leave them in chat. Comfy actually asked a good question about IP addresses and whether or not we could use them to find people. And what we're going to do. Oh, GX000 asks, what's cybersecurity? Cybersecurity is magic. And hackers are wizards, and they cast magical spells in order to infect your computers with viruses. All right. So that's obviously not the case. Please don't take that seriously. So what we're going to do is we're going to do some hacking against some targets over on the VulNyx website. But before we do that, we're going to put on some music. So I'm going to put on one of my favorite soundtracks, video game soundtracks. This is from Mass Effect. And it makes for some pretty cool hacking music. So first of all, let me connect that to the stream. Okay, can you hear that? Hmm. I'm gonna need to hook up the audio again. Okay, you should be able to hear it now. Yeah, oh, no, you can hear it now. I think you can anyways. Let me turn down the music a little bit, because it's a bit loud. You should hear some music. If you can't hear the music, then, yeah, you should be able to hear the music. Okay, alright. So let's do our free hacking against the VulNyx website. So first of all, I'm going to need to download whatever virtual machine we're going to be hacking against next. The last one I did was the hidden challenge, and the next one we're going to do is the printer challenge over here. So if you want to, oh no, I don't want to download it here. Did I figure out the last one? Yeah, I did figure out the last one. I got some hints, but I managed to figure it out. Do you remember what we were having a problem with? If you do, then you can tell us in the chat, and then I'll tell you what the solution was. But this is the printer challenge. I'm gonna download the machine now. Oh, you know what? Yeah, there was a name and a web token. Yeah. Let me demonstrate it. So let me spin up that machine. And let me grab my notes. Actually, wait, that was the Wicca machine. Hold on. It's not the hidden machine. Let me power this down and then power up the one that we're talking about. No, you're not derailing my plan. I don't have too much of a plan. Let me grab that. So that's Wicca. Okay. So there's this one website that I used to get a bunch of payloads for testing Node.js. And the website is this right here. Let me paste it in chat. So we're taking a look at this website, and let me just paste it in. So this is really good for testing Node.js. And let me grab the website we're looking at. So I think it was, yeah, this one right here. So this is what we're looking at, right? So there's so it gave us the parameters name and token, and it turns out that it wasn't the name. We could do XSS cross-site scripting with the name parameter, but we could do command injection with the token parameter. And if you take a look at the website here, let's see. So I decided to test it out with this payload right here, read current working directory. So you can go ahead and grab this payload right here, copy it, and then go over to the URL, and in the token parameter, paste in the payload, and then it shows you the directory, the contents of the top level directory over here. So GX000 says, told you that token field was sus. So yeah, it was sus, and so I got good old ChatGPT to help me come up with a payload, and we crafted a payload that could give us a reverse shell. So for example, let's just set up our reverse shell handler here, and then we go over to. So this is the payload we ended up going with, and I'll just paste it into chat. I don't know if Twitch or Twitch is okay with it, but YouTube doesn't like this. YouTube doesn't like the symbols that are used in this payload. But basically, we have to URL encode. You have to URL encode all the symbols, the special characters, in order to get this to work. So if we send this to the server, it's going to send out the netcat named pipes reverse shell method, and then we get good old reverse shell. There you go. But yeah, we're going to be doing a new one today, and so just hold on while I'm downloading and installing the thing. I've got an entertaining video for you to watch, and how about this one? There we go. This is from a couple of summers ago, I think. But anyways, I need to download the file right now. But GX000, what are you up to today? All right, is it just a regular day at work? Okay, so this is the printer challenge. Download that thing. Still working? Ah, all right. So you're working hard. I see. So GX00, can you not hear any music in the background? You got 4 monitors. You're really living the life. That's great to hear. Can't hear the music. I'll crank up the music a little more, and hopefully you can hear it. Okay. Can you hear the music now? Oh, you can hear the music. Okay, so I'm gonna turn down the music a little bit then. Thank you very much for clarifying that. Okay, so we just downloaded the printer. Hold on. Need to put that in my virtual machines directory. Virtual machines, VulNyx. Okay. I think I've got something like 20 gigabytes of VulNyx virtual machines sitting around on my hard drive. I need to get rid of these eventually. Okay, and next I need to install the thing. Import. Is that one machine or like 40? I think I've got like 20. I think I've got like 20 machines from VulNyx on my and I should really get rid of the ones that I'm not using. Alright, so this is the printer one. 1 gigabyte per VM. Some of them are a bit smaller, some of them are a bit bigger. It's probably closer to 30 gigabytes, now that I think of it. Okay, so let me find, so it's printer. I need to put this on the NAT network, and I need to disable USB, because USB for some reason doesn't work very well. And then start the darn thing. Okay, so I've got my challenge spinning up right now. Okay, so I'm going to get out of here, and I'm going to power down the Wicca machine. Okay, so let me create a couple more tabs to work inside of. And let's make those tabs nice and big and move into the temp directory. So GX000, could you potentially work on these VulNyx challenges at work if you wanted to, or is that a little bit too far? Okay, so the machine is at 10.02.46. Well, you know, is it something work related? Is this something that you can say that it's related to work? Okay, so let's run our mmap scan against this machine. So it's at 10.02.46. We're running it with the common scripts and with versioning information against all ports in very verbose mode, and also running at 4 threads, which is the second to fastest setting. They wouldn't know either way. I mean, I guess they wouldn't know unless they had some sort of bossware on your machine, right? But we've got 3 ports. We've got this interesting port right here. I wonder what's on that. This is the, I guess that's where the printer is, because the name of the challenge is called printer. You use your own computer to do work. Are you working from home right now? Actually, don't answer that if you don't want to. But anyways, we actually had a user in here. we had a user in here asking if we could locate where they are in the world if they give us their IP address. I answered that we could, because well, I mean, you know, we can get a pretty. I think we can get down to the neighborhood with just an IP address, and if we were to actually contact their ISP, we might be able to get the exact address. But let's see. GX00 says always work from home. That is the way to do it. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so this is taking longer than I thought it would, but we've got port 80, which is a web port. It serves HTTP. We've got port 22, which is SSH, and we've got 999, which I assume is going to be the printer, because the name of the challenge is called printer. So let's do a little bit of manual enumeration. We can do Nikto on the web port. And Nikto probably isn't going to find anything. The web port probably doesn't have anything there. That's my guess. But we also have the printer, which we can communicate with by communicating directly on the port. Whoops, that's not the right IP address. Let's do the correct IP address. Konica Minolta Printer Admin Panel. So this is an admin panel? So is this a web page? Okay, we could find out by going over to the IP address and trying HTTP. So maybe it's not going to let us see it on a web browser. You used to have a Konica Minolta camera. Well, I mean, they're pretty common. Let's do help. Oh, it's looking for a password. Oh, okay. So I think what we need to do is we need to look for some default credentials. Konica Minolta printer. Okay. So let's hunt for Konica Minolta printer admin credentials. Okay. What is the default admin password for a Konica Minolta printer? The administrator password is set to this by factory default. So let's grab this. So let's disconnect. Administrator. Paste in the password. Invalid password. Are you sure? Okay, so the Nmap scan has come back. So port 22 is SSH 4.8.4, which is relatively up to date. Port 80 is Apache 2.456, which is kind of up to date. Was it you, GX000, that told me that this is not a secure version of Apache web server? But anyways, we've got the admin panel over here on port 9999. Admin panel. Let's try logging in again. 2.4.62 is the latest version. Okay, so it's not super far off. Alright, so let's go over to the other tab. Let's log in as admin with this password. Also incorrect password. So anything older is likely to have something wrong with it. Okay. Let's search exploit Konica printer. So nothing shows up for Konica printer. How about Konica just by itself? So is this an FTP utility? Directory traversal. I guess we could search. Printer admin credentials. Password administrator. Select administrator, click login. Does this have a web interface? Let me try one more time. 10.02.46.9999. Okay, it looks like it doesn't have a web interface here. How do I change my Konica Minolta admin password? User password and departmental password. Konica Minolta default passwords. The Konica Minolta has the following as its default username and password. Username admin, password is 111. Okay, so let's try admin and 111. Admin 1111. Invalid password. Let's try administrator and 1111. Invalid password. So we could try. Could we try brute forcing this? Default is admin, password is 1111. Admin password. The default login for copiers is 1234567 or this. Okay, well we've got a few different answers here. So let's try admin and this. Nope. How about this other one? Also no. Okay. So maybe we should set up some sort of Python script. So we've got a Python script. Write a Python script which connects to a server on port 9999 and root. Actually, wait, maybe I should use Hydra. Maybe I should just use Hydra. How could we use Hydra to brute force a service on an arbitrary port? You can specify the IP address, the service, and the port number. Okay. Specifies the username. Password list, the service to attack. Okay, example for the command for SSH on a non-standard port. But we're not looking for SSH. For HTTP with a custom login form. Okay. What if the protocol of the service is not known? Okay, so it says, banner grabbing. Try common protocols manually. Okay, so we know that the service is for the Konica Minolta printer login, but it is not using a common protocol like HTTP. Do you know which protocol it uses? Okay, Konica Minolta printers often use a protocol called SNMP, Simple Network Management Protocol, for managing and monitoring the device. Additionally, for remote configuration and login, they frequently use HTTP or HTTPS on custom ports, although some models may also support FTP or Telnet for specific administrative tasks. Oh, could I use FTP to try to log in? Let's try FTP 10.02.46 on port. How do you specify ports? Is it port like this? Okay, so this don't think this works. Administrator? Yeah, it's not FTP. Or rather, we can't use FTP to interact with that. So steps to confirm and access. Use Nmap to check for SNMP. It's usually UDP port 161 on the printer's IP. Okay, well, we could try that. Use Nmap. We need to run this as sudo because we can't interact with UDP ports with Nmap unless we're using sudo. Okay, so it says that this port is closed. Check for custom ports. Some printers have web interfaces on non-standard ports. Try scanning it for OpenTCP ports that might host HTTP-like services, especially in the range 8,000 and 9,000, which Konica Minolta sometimes uses. So, can we use curl? Okay, so let's try using curl. Very verbose. And this is going to be against HTTP 10.02.46, port 9,999. Okay, so receive HTTP 0.9 when not allowed. I'm not too sure what HTTP 0.9 is, but let's report this to ChatGPT and see what it thinks. We managed to identify the port the service is running on as port 9999 and tried this. It came before HTTP 1.0. Ha 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 ha. Okay. So the HTTP 0.9 response indicates that the service on port 9999 is using an older or non-standard protocol, which may not be a traditional HTTP server. HTTP 0.9 is a very minimal version of HTTP that does not support headers, and it's uncommon in modern services. Okay, well, forcing HTTP 0.9 with curl. Try running curl with the HTTP 0.9 flag, which forces it to interpret the response as HTTP 0.9. Okay. So here, Okay, so we got it to actually send back a response. But that doesn't, we can't interact with using curl, of course. We were able to get a response using curl with this flag. Can we use this protocol with Hydra? Okay, so we try using a proxy. We could try using a proxy. Set up a proxy server, custom script with Hydra. You know what? I don't think we should use. I think we should just use some custom brute forcing script with like Python or something. Could we use a bash script that uses netcat to connect and brute force the service that way? Okay, so here's a basic bash script which would help with brute forcing credentials by iterating through a list of usernames and passwords. The script will try each username and password pair by sending a minimal HTTP 0.9 request to get the target service and checking for success or failure response based on the expected output. Okay, so create a file. Okay. Usernames files, password file. Alright, so we need to adjust this. So first of all, we're just going to brute force using the admin username. If you're only targeting the admin username, you can simplify the script by iterating over just the password list using a fixed username. Okay. Alright, so we've got our bash script over here. Fixed username, success check. Okay, so we know that the incorrect password will prompt the system to display the following error message. And the error message is invalid password. If the system returns invalid password where the password is correct, you can use that to filter for incorrect attempts. Here's how you'd modify the script to recognize the successful login attempts based on the absence of invalid password. Okay. Alright, so let's try using this script. So we need a password file, passwords.txt. So we're going to need to make one. It looks like we just need to provide numbers because Okay, so let's create this bash script. We're going to call it Konica printer brute.sh. Put this stuff in here. Okay, so I don't think we need to supply any arguments or parameters to this script. So what is it doing? So we've got a couple of different variables in here. Target IP, target port, username, and the password file is... Oh, I guess we need to supply the password file. Oh no, we just need to put the password file in the same directory. Loops through each password in the file. Trying username, this one. Okay, check if the response does not contain invalid password. Okay. Alright, so let's save this out. And then let's make it executable. And let's create that password list. So it looks like the password list could be rather long, because this is a lot of digits right here. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. This is a 16-digit. This is a 16-digit password. That's a lot. That's a lot of numbers to iterate through. Okay, so that's going to be... That's a lot of numbers. Okay, so let's see. Using Linux, how do we create a list of a file with a list of numbers from 0 to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so this is a very large file. For reference, this would mean 16 quadrillion lines. Yeah, so brute forcing this with let's try making the list of numbers smaller. So I think I saw Kanama this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is an 8-digit password. And let's try it. Let's try it with a smaller number set first. So the smaller number set is going to be 0 to 9999. Okay, so let's copy this. Let's do it. Passwords. Wait, no. Okay, I don't... This is scary. Okay, so first of all, let's just do the numbers from 0 to 9999. And we'll call this passwords.txt. Okay, and let's print out that script. It's looking for passwords.txt. Okay, so let's try that. Okay, so that's working. Well, I mean, is it working? What is the loop doing here? So it's netcat, target IP, target port. I don't think the script is going to... I don't think this is going to work. hold on. Let's adjust the script. So what we need to do is we actually don't need this we don't need this header right here. But we do need to echo. We need to echo the username and then new line, and then what is with a password like this. Okay, so I think this, and then the new line like this. Okay, so let's try this. If it doesn't work, we can go over to ChatGPT and ask what's wrong with the script. Maybe we should try rewriting this. We should try rewriting this in Python. Let's try rewriting the brute force script in Python. Remember that we need to add a return after the username and a return after the password. Particle to do. You can status as hashcat like this. U to see what's going on. You can status add hashcat like this. Status add hashcat. I'm not sure. Okay, username followed by the new line. List of passwords to try. Okay, I think this makes more sense to me because I do more scripting in Python than I do in Bash. So let's try creating this. So we're going to call this Konica printer. Konica printer brute.py. Let's paste this in. Okay, so list of passwords to try. For example, we're going to use a small list. Okay, or load from the file. So we're going to need to load from. I think we're going to need to load from a file in this case. So let's. So particle to do, just in case you weren't here for the beginning of this, we're trying to brute force a login panel, but the login panel uses kind of an unusual. So we're going to do brute force against this this printer administration panel, and the printer administration panel looks like this if we access it via netcat. So we use the admin password. We don't know what the password is. We're do 1234, invalid password. I mean, your script doesn't show you what it is doing. You need to show if there's any error. Yes, okay, I think I understand. Okay, so when your message talking about hashcat confused me a little bit. But yeah, we need to definitely see what's going on inside the script. So let's adjust the script so that it it takes passwords from a TXT file. Can you use Hashcat to brute force network services? Okay, let's try. That's why I was a little bit confused. Wait, was I doing this in a different? I was doing this in a different tab, right? Yeah. So let's get rid of this. So this is probably a little bit more responsive. So admin password plus. Okay. So it's going to be, it's looking for the password file passwords.txt. We've got the target IP, we've got the target port. So let's save this out. And then let's Python this. Passwords found 0. Let's take a look at that. Take a look at that code again. Error, invalid password, right? Import socket. Password file equals passwords.txt. With open password file is R. Read all lines into the list. Are you trying to brute force a service account? So we're trying to brute force this this service that exists on this port over here. I think it's running a very unusual protocol. It's running HTTP 0.9, and we can't interact with it with the regular web browser, but we can interact with it if we use netcat. So if we do it like this, we can try to log in, but we don't know what the password is. We tried a few default passwords. So we tried looking up what the default password is for this kind of printer, which is a Konica Minolta one. Can I echo? Can I echo? I'm not too sure what you mean by that. Could you elaborate? But this is a bit moot because we need to start our Python class, or we need to start our web app hacking class in a couple of minutes. But we might come back to this. This is definitely interesting because I've never tried brute forcing on a non-standard port before, so it could be something that could be something very interesting. If you're here for HackerFrogs web app hacking, please type in the chat that you're looking for web app hacking, smiley face. On the netcat, can you echo who am I? Okay, that's interesting. I don't think you can. It's just, this is just a login form. So as soon as you connect to the server, the first thing that you type in is going to be interpreted as the username, and then it's going to ask for a password. Invalid password. Okay, so we're going to stop the music because we don't play music during our classes. But Particle to Do, thank you very much for coming by. Yeah, we're going to be starting up our class. We're going to be doing more free hacking against these boxes after about an hour or so. And we're going to be doing a specific target on the VulNyx website right here. We were currently looking at this one right here called printer. That's machine number 18 on the website, but we're going to be looking at an easier machine called robot, which is number 54 on the website. If you're interested in taking a look at these machines, they're all available on this site right here. But let's get ready for the next class. So the next class is going to be on web app hacking, and let me grab the session notes. The site is a CTF. The site is so there are a bunch of CTF boxes that you can download from this website. So you have to put the you have to initialize these downloaded machines as VMs on the same network so that you can hack against them. So yeah, it's a bit more do-it-yourself than something like Hack the Box or Try Hack Me. But I actually like doing this more. I like putting the virtual machines on the same network as my Kali machine, because it's much faster to scan, and there's much less latency as opposed to logging into a service through something like OpenSSH. But VulNyx, I've had a lot of good experiences hacking against the VulNyx machines over the last few weeks. But let me grab my notes for the web app hacking class. And let me download this. Okay. All right, so everybody, if you're here for web app hacking, that's what we're going to be doing now for the next hour or so. If you're here for free hacking against the VulNyx machines, we're going to be doing that in about an hour. But we're going to do this class for the next hour or so. And this is HackerFrogs After School Over the Wire. We're learning web app hacking with Natas, and this is part 2. So this is the second workshop in our Intro to Web App Hacking course, and let's take a few moments to review the concepts we learned in the previous workshop. Alright, so in the last session we learned about directory indexing, otherwise known as directory listing, and it's a vulnerability on websites that allows users to see the file contents of web directories, which can lead to sensitive data exposed to arbitrary website visitors. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, Particle to Do. Thank you very much. We also learned about robots.txt. Robots.txt is a special file included on certain websites that indicates which files on the site can and cannot be indexed by search engines. It can be abused to point malicious users to sensitive parts of the website. That's what we learned in the last class. So let's continue with the Natas CTF game at the following URL. We're taking a look at Natas level 4, natas4.natas.labs.overthewire.org. So let me grab the link. It is over here. All right, so everybody, if you want to participate, you can go ahead and navigate over to this web page. And Natas level 4 is underneath this header here, Natas CTF links and passwords. So you can just put that in a new tab, and it's going to ask you for a username and a password. If we look over here, we've got our username, Natas4, and our password, this right here. So all you need to do is copy this here, and then go back to the page. The username is going to be Natas4, and the password we're going to paste in. Click on Sign In, and then you are in. Okay, so everybody, when you come onto this landing page, it says access disallowed. You're visiting from blank string, while authorized users should come from http natas5.natas.labs.overthewire.org. So everybody, if you're following along and you're on this page, please type in the chat, I'm at Natas4. Smiley face. All right, so what's going on? It says you're visiting from blank string, while authorized users should only come from this URL right here. So this is Pux. Pux says, I came in a bit late. Okay, no problem. We're just logging into the next level of the Natus game, and it's over at this URL over here. Particle to do is at the website. Great to see. So that's the that is the website we're looking at. This is the password, and the username is Natus4. So it says access disallowed. You're visiting from this. Well, authorized users should only come from this URL right over here. So does anybody know what might be preventing us from logging in this case? If you know, go ahead and type it in chat. But if you don't know, that's perfectly fine. We're here to learn. And let me tell you about it. So we're talking about HTTP headers in this in these levels over here. And each time a web browser accesses a web page, the browser makes an HTTP request to the server that hosts the page. So you might have heard about this if you've been studying about web technologies. In each HTTP request, several headers and their values are passed along to the server to ensure that the browser and the server can communicate properly. So some examples of HTTP headers and what info they provide. Here are some examples of HTTP headers and what info they provide to the web server. So you've got the host header, which is the website being contacted. For example, natus4.overthewire.org. You've got the user agent HTTP header, which is the type of browser that is making the request. For example, Chrome/02. Particle to do says perhaps it is a certificate. In this case, it's not a certificate, but that's a good guess. So, and we also have the accept HTTP header, which is the type of data that should be sent in response to your request. For example, */*, which indicates any type of data. So please keep in mind that because HTTP headers can be modified by the user before being sent, that means that the values of any HTTP headers could be spoofed or falsified, although default web browser behavior doesn't allow for this. So if you want to take a look at what happens when you send off an HTTP request, we can go over to our console. So if you're using something like Linux, it's very easy to access the console, but if you're using Windows, you can also access the console. Just go over down to your search bar in your Windows and type in the word CMD. So if you type in the word CMD in the search bar, you should see a program called Command Prompt, and it's going to look something like this. So we're going to be using a certain command line tool to access the website to illustrate what HTTP headers look like. So in this case, we can use curl. So you can use curl with a very verbose output, and we're going to access the Natus website, Natus4. And actually, we have the curl command over here. Hold on. Okay. So to access Natus level 4 with curl, you use this command right here. I'll just copy it to the chat in case you want to use it. So just, if you have a terminal open, you can just paste in the command, and I'll explain what the command is doing. Okay, so this is the curl command itself. we want to run it with very verbose output, which is going to show the both the HTTP headers and all the other information along with the response. And we also have to log in. Because we have to log into the web page, we have to send the U argument along with the username, not as 4, and then a colon, and then the password over here. The last thing we supply is the address of the server we want to contact. And if we send all of this, this is what we're going to see over here. So this is what we send. This section right over here. So it sends, okay, so we have to indicate a host to resolve this. We got an IP address that we resolved using DNS. And then it says connected to NATS4 on port 80. Server auth using basic with user NATS4. We send these different HTTP headers. We've got a host header, we've got an authorization header, we have a user agent header, and we have an accept header. So these are the headers that we send, and we get some headers in return. So we get a HTTP code, so this is 200 OK, a date, a server, a vary, content length, content type, and it says action disallowed. You're visiting from blank string. Well, authorized users should only come from this over here. You know what? I thought that it would send me the type of HTTP header we need to send. I guess it doesn't. Okay. So if there's anything you don't understand about what's going on when we send this curl command here, please let us know in the chat. We'll try to explain it. Particle to do says, it looks like the source code of the website. I did control U, it looks the same. Yeah. So curl is just going to receive the HTTP code, source code when you send a request using curl. So when you send the request using curl, this is the source code here. And if you look on the website, here, then this is the source code here. So we're retrieving the website just like we would do from a web browser, except that this is only going to the curl command is only going to show the code. It's not going to show the graphical representation of the website. GoPux says that could you explain -vv and u? So over here, we use curl with -vv. This is very verbose output. So normally, when you use curl, you would only see this portion. You'd only see this portion of the output, just everything that you receive back. But you wouldn't be able to see what headers you're sending, and you wouldn't see the response headers from the server. But because we're using very verbose, we get this output as well. So the -u is going to let us log into the website using some credentials. In this case, it's basic authorization. So it lets us input this when we log into the server. So the basic authorization is just going to take the username and the password, and it's going to transform it into base64. And if you were to take this and echo this out and decode it from base64, then you would get the original username and password. Pux has just subscribed with Twitch Prime. Thank you very much for giving me your Twitch Prime subscription. Go Pux. Thank you very much. Okay, so let me explain what they're actually looking for as far as this level is concerned. So we're talking about HTTP refer headers. The HTTP refer header, which is misspelled on purpose, contains the value of a complete or partial address of the web page that is making the request. So basically, you can get the you can get whatever website that the user is coming from when they're making the request. So, for example, if you're going to a website from Google.com, then the HTTP refer header would say something like Google.com when you log in, when you make the request to the new website. This allows the web server to identify which web page users are visiting it from. So the data from this header can be useful for analytics and logging, etc. However, some developers attempt to use the value of the refer header as a type of security mechanism for which it was not designed. So we're just talking about the curl program. The curl program is a command line interface app that is common to all major computer operating systems. So like we illustrated, Linux has curl, so does Windows, and so does Mac. It's a very common program across most major operating systems. The program allows for access to web pages from the CLI, but only returns text such as HTML code. This app allows for modification of various HTTP variables, which normal web browsers are not capable of unless modified. So the great thing about curl is that you can modify all of your HTTP headers before you send the request off. So we've got I think we've talked about this already, but we've got the name of the command, the verbose output switch. We've got an HTTP header argument, the user authentication argument, and the web page to be accessed. So we're going to be talking about this in just a little bit. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to send the refer header along with our curl command. So if you go over to the GitHub page for session 2, which is this session here, over here, you're going to see something called the solution command over here, and this is the command we're going to send to the server to get the password for the next level. And it's the reason we can access the next level is because we're going to provide a refer header with this section right over here. This section of the command is going to let us insert our own HTTP refer header, and it's going to give it the URL that it wants. So like we saw over here, it's looking for this particular URL in the refer header. So if we go over here and we use this command, and I'll just paste it in the chat. So down here, let me clear this off. Okay, so this is essentially the same command that we sent previously, except we added an extra header. And the extra header we added is this row over here. This header is the refer header, and it has a value equal to the URL that it wants. So when we send this, you can see that that the refer header is included here in the request. And in the following output, it says access granted. The password for Natus 5 is this. So this is the password we're going to use for the next level. So you can just copy that. And then you can go back to your web browser. And you can change the URL here from Natus 4 to Natus 5. And then insert the username Natus 5 and paste in the password you just got. Click sign in, and then you're in. All right, so everybody, if you managed to access Natus 5 using the password you just got, please type in not as 5, smiley face in the chat. As usual, if you have any questions or if you're encountering any problems, please let us know, and we'll try to solve your problems. Remember that the username is going to be this, not as 5. Okay, Gopak says not as 5. Great, you are in. Great to see. Okay, so it says access disallowed. You are not logged in. So in this case, what do you think might be the issue? So we've arrived on the landing page here, but it says that we're not logged in. What indicates whether or not we're logged in? If you know, type it in the chat. So just so everybody knows, the way that we logged into this website by providing a name and a password in a little pop-up, that is what's known as basic authorization. And basic authorization is not used on modern websites. It's only used on very, very old websites. The reason is because it's not secure. Like we saw right over here that when we send the authorization basic over here, that this is just base64 encoded, and anybody who would be able to get these packets over something like Wireshark, they would be able to grab this and decode it pretty easily. Let's see. Particle Dedu says we don't have permission. That's true in a sense. So let's try logging into this website with curl. So we're going to do not as 5. We're going to paste in the password, and we're going to get rid of the refer header here. And we're going to make this not as 5. Okay, so go ahead and use this command to access the page using curl. Okay, so if you use the command over here, as usual, you're going to see all of your usual HTTP headers. So this is your host header, your authorization header, your user agent header, your accept header. But this time, we get a different set of response headers. So we get the date header, the server header, the set cookie header, the vary header, the content length header, and the content type header. So in here, there's one thing that sticks out. Can anybody identify it? Okay, so Particle Dedu says, I don't see the refer header. So we only needed to use the refer header in the previous level. So in this level, we don't need a refer header. This is a new level with new requirements. So Gopak says cookie. So that's correct. So cookies are what lets you log into websites. If you log into something like Facebook or what else or Amazon or anything else like that, you're going to get the server is going to, after you log in, the server is going to send you a cookie, and whenever you contact the website from then on, you're going to use that cookie to maintain a user session. Yeah, cookie sessions, right. So let's learn a little bit about that before we solve this challenge. So over here. So another extremely common HTTP header is the cookie header, which is used to retain user settings or maintain a user session on the website. So for example, a website has a button on its user preferences page, which sets the web page background color for the website. Once the color is selected, the web server will send a cookie to the web browser to be used anytime the website is visited changing the website's background colors to whatever is specified in the cookie. Similarly, when a user successfully logs into a website, the web server will send the web browser a cookie that identifies which user session is being used, and the browser will use that cookie each time the website is accessed. Any cookie that is used for user sessions has the potential for security abuse, and so it's important that the cookie values created for user sessions are not predictable at all. So usually when you receive a cookie from a secure website, it's going to be just a long jumble of numbers and letters, and it's not going to have any predictable pattern to it. Particle Dedu says, can I ask you the difference between cookies and a token? So the difference between cookies and tokens is that tokens are more specific for user login, and cookies are a more general thing. So cookies aren't just for user sessions. Cookies can also be for site preferences and for a bunch of other stuff. So a token is a type of cookie, and tokens are usually specifically for maintaining user sessions. But cookies are the more general term. So we see here that the cookie name and the value over here is logged in equals 0. So what do you think might be the cookie value that gets us in? So if we want a value that that indicates that we're logged in, what value do you think we should send with the logged in cookie? So if we're programmers, this should be obvious. So if logged in equals 0 means that we're not logged in, then logged in equals 1 should indicate that we are logged in. So what we can do, so there are a few different ways that we can solve this challenge. So the first way we can solve the challenge is we can supply a cookie ourselves. So I think it's --cookie --cookie equals, and let's put this between quotes, logged in equals 1. I think that's how you spell it. Let me check. Logged in equals 0. Okay. I think cookie equals logged in equals 1 should be okay for this one. So we send the same command, but we send cookie equals logged in equals 1, and then send that off. No, that's not the right. Okay, let me grab the correct syntax. So the syntax is over here, not as 5. The solution command. Okay. Oh, okay. This is the correct syntax. So let me paste that in. So if you want to use this one, you can go ahead and use that one. So this is the same command, only we have --cookie, and we've specified it for logged in equals 1. Okay? So if we send this off, we can see that we supplied a cookie here in our request HTTP request headers. So this is cookie logged in equals 1. We get the OK, and in the output over here, it says access granted. The password for Nada 6 is this. Okay, so this is what we want. We can copy that. So before we move on, let's just illustrate how we can solve this using the web browser. So in the web browser, you've got Nada level 5 over here, and you can actually use web developer tools to solve this challenge. So in your web browser, you can go over to the menu, and in the menu you should see something like more tools and web developer tools. So you can click on the web developer tools. There's probably a keyboard shortcut that does the same thing, and then authentication required. Well, okay. Well, let's provide the authentication. Nada 5. Let me grab that password. F12. I think, I'm not sure. I've never used the keyboard shortcut for web developer tools, but not as 5. This is the password. We need to provide this. Okay. So let's see. So after you open up the web developer tools, there should be, this is going to look different on different web browsers. Sometimes the web browser is going to have, like, it's going to split the view, so that this is the web developer tool section. In any case, what you want to do is you want to go to the storage section. So there's going to be a bunch of different tabs over here. You want to go over to the storage tab and click it. And then there should be a section on cookies. So there's going to be cache, there's going to be local storage. You're looking for cookies. And in cookies, these two are Google cookies, but the other cookie over here is the logged in cookie. So there's the value, there's the name, and then the value, and you can manually change the value over here from 0 to 1 and then hit enter. T to T. How can I join you? Oh, okay. Yeah, we're currently looking at Natus level 5 over here, but we're going to be finishing it pretty soon, and you're going to need a password to access the page. Let me grab you. You can find the password on this page over here. Okay. But anyways, what we're talking about is that inside of the web developer tools, you can go over to the storage section. In the storage section, you can adjust the cookies, and you want to set the logged in cookie from the value 0 to the value 1. Hit enter, and then reload the page. When you reload the page, it's going to use the new cookie value. And then it says access granted. The password for Natus 6 is this. This is how we solve the challenge. So if we didn't have access to curl, this is what we would want to do. But we definitely do want to use, we want to learn how to use curl when we're interacting with web pages, because curl is going to let us send a lot of custom input as far as HTTP headers is concerned. Okay. So this is the concept we're going to be covering tonight, and we're going to be changing some different HTTP headers to solve some different challenges. Okay, so from now on, we're going to be solving a few PicoCTF challenges. So if you don't have an account over at PicoCTF, you can go ahead and make an account over there. So I think this, if you don't have an account over there, please let us know in the chat, and we'll give you a few minutes to create an account over there. PicoCTF, I think it is called register. It's not called register. Hold on. Okay. So if you don't have an account, you can make an account over at this link. Okay, but if you have an account and you've logged into the website, please let us know by typing in "I'm logged in" in the chat. In the meantime, let's take a look at the challenges that we're going to be solving. So this session's exercise, we've got our cookies over here. All right, so this is the link for the challenge, the first challenge that we're going to do on PicoCTF. So after you've logged into the page, go ahead, after you've logged into PicoCTF, go ahead and navigate to that page. The challenge description says, who doesn't love cookies? Try to figure out the best one. And then we've got our web address over here. So if we wanted to solve this, we can solve this two ways. We can either solve it using the web browser, or we could solve it using curl. Either way is fine, but let's illustrate how to solve it using the web browser first. So over here, we're going to put this website in a new tab. And just in case, I think you should be able to access this even if you don't have an account at PicoCTF. So go ahead and try accessing this web page. Okay, so on this web page it says, welcome to my cookie search page. See how much I like different kinds of cookies. So obviously we're going to be taking advantage of cookies to solve this challenge. So first of all, we can take a look at what cookies were assigned to our web browser when we access the page. Once again, I think Particle to Do was, let's try what Particle to Do suggested and use the F12 keyboard shortcut. So just hit F12 on your keyboard, and that opens up. Hey, it is correct. It opens up the web developer panel. Okay. In the web developer panel, there's a bunch of different tabs. You want to go over to the storage tab, and in the storage tab, there's the cookies here. So the name of the cookie is called name, and the value is -1, but we can change this. So if we go over to here and we type in the name of a cookie, let's just say oatmeal cookie. Okay, that's not a valid cookie. Okay, oatmeal is not. How about peanut butter? So okay, that's a cookie, not very special. I love peanut butter cookies. If we look at our cookies here, and we say that the name cookie is changed to 5. So this, what do you think we should do to try to find the cookie that has the solution to our challenge here? So we've got a name, we've got a cookie, and the value is a number, and we can, when we submit different cookie names over here, the value changes. So what should we do to try to solve the challenge? Particle doo-doo says change the value. That's correct. Okay, so we know that there's at least 5. We don't know how many cookie values there are, so we could try 0 and reload the page. Okay, and it changes to stickerdoodle. We can also change the value to 1 and reload the page. Chocolate chip. Okay. So we can do this over and over again and see which one is valid. In fact, I want you to try submitting a bunch of values, and eventually you're going to come across one that gives you the flag. So you can do it with your web browser, but you can also do it with this with curl. So it's probably faster to do this with curl. So what you can do is you can curl, and let's just get rid of all this. So we don't need to log in, so we don't need all this information here. All we need to do is supply a name cookie with a certain value. So let me paste this in for you. So you can try using this command here. Okay, so this is a bit longer, but this is where the page content is. I love chocolate chip cookies. Okay, so we can change this, and we can change the name from You can change this to 2. I love oatmeal raisin cookies. And then you can change this to 3. I love ginger snap cookies. And you can change this to 4. So like I said, if you manage to get the flag, please let us know that you got the flag. You don't need to paste the flag. Well, I guess you could paste the flag into the chat too if you like. So it's actually a bit of a tedious process. I'll give you the correct cookie value in just a second. But if you wanted to, you could actually write a Python script to iterate through these cookies. I think I have a Python script. Let me see if I can find it. CTF documents, scripts, web hacking. Oh no. Okay. Hold on. But anyways, we're not. Well, I don't think I can find the script, but I think the cookie we're looking for should be cookie number 18. And the cookie in this case is the flag. So the flag is picoctf, everyone loves cookies. So we can just grab the cookie value over here, copy it, and then go over to the challenge page over here, and then paste in the cookie, paste in the flag, click on submit flag, and then you're finished. So everybody, I hope that made sense. If you managed to solve the challenge, please type in the chat, cookies, yum, smiley face. Okay, so just let me have a few seconds to have a sip of water. Hold on. Okay, so the next challenge is going to be this logon challenge over here. So let me get the link. Okay, so the logon challenge over here, the description says, the factory is hiding things from all its users. Can you log in as Joe and find what they've been looking for? And find what they've been looking at. Okay, so we've got a link over here, and let me grab the link and provide it to everybody in chat. And let's navigate to there in our web browser. Okay, so we've got our factory login over here. So it asked us to log in as Joe. If we log in as Joe and we type in a password, we don't know Joe's password, so we're just going to type in password. Click on sign in, and it says, I'm sorry, Joe's password is super secure. You're not getting in that way. Okay? So we can take a look at the cookies. And I think what we need to look at here is CF clearance. But these values are not anything that we that we can guess at. These are examples of actual securely coded cookies. So these values here, these Google cookies over here, the values are just a bunch of random numbers. We don't know what might be valid or not. This other cookie here is just a string of numbers and letters. And this one here is also a string of numbers and letters. So how do you think we can log in? So it says, I'm sorry, Joe's password is super secure. Joe's password is super secure. So how do we get into the app? Particle to do says SQL injection. So SQL injection, I don't think SQL injection is the way we get into here. We could try. Okay, It says you're logged in, but not sure you'll be able to see the flag. So, that's just, this is interesting. Okay, so SQLi was not the way in. So the way in was not using the username Joe, because Joe's password is super secure, but everybody else's password will just let you in. So if you log in as test and just try to log in this way, it'll let you in. But it says that you won't be able to see the flag. So, of course, we can use curl, but we could also just take a look at the HTTP source. It's redirecting you. Ah, okay. Did it give us a cookie? It didn't give us a cookie. It's setting our cookie session to something. So this is, okay. This is, the response over here is that it redirects us. I wonder how, JWT, yeah, this is a JWT token. You can tell because it is base 64, and it starts with this string right over here, EYJ. But if we're taking a look at this challenge, after we've quote-unquote logged in, let's take a look at what cookie we've been assigned. So here, okay, admin false. So this is a cookie, admin false. How do you think we could change this so we can access the flag? So I think it's not super difficult in this case. So the admin false flag we can set to true. And we need to make sure that it's a capital letter when we do this, and then reload the page. And the flag in this case is PicoCTF, the conspiracy lives. Alright, so we can just copy this. This is web app hacking basics. We're just learning about HTTP headers in today's class, and I think we're going to cover one more challenge in today's session. But so for the login challenge, we now have the flag. So all we need to do is click in, paste in the flag, click on submit flag, and we're done. So if you managed to finish that challenge, please type in the chat. Oh, conspiracy. How do you spell conspiracy? Conspiracy. Smiley face. Okay, so the last challenge we're going to cover tonight is okay. Oh man, Pico browser. Okay, so this is the Pico browser challenge. So copy this link, and here you go. So Pebble, if you'd like, you can try solving this challenge. It's probably not going to be super difficult for you. Everybody can access the web page from over here. Okay, so let's access the challenge from this. Okay, so here we've got home, sign in, sign out, flag. I guess we can click on this button. And it says, you're not Pico browser. And then it has the name of a web browser over here. So what do you think is the issue over here? So we didn't necessarily talk too much about this HTTP header, but it is an HTTP header like all the others. And this one is the, if anybody knows which header it is, please let us know in the chat. Pebble says it's the user agent header. That is correct. So remember when we did all of our curl, let me grab this. So this address over here, we can use curl to access it. Very verbose. And just in case you just want to copy what I'm doing, you can go ahead and use this command. So when we run this command to access the page using curl, you'll see here we're sending a bunch of actually we're not sending very many HTTP headers. So we're sending the host header, the user agent header, and the accept header. So here our user agent header is curl. So this is the software that is being used to access the web page. In the response, you're going to see you're not Pico browser, and then it shows us our user agent over here. So how do we solve this? How do we solve this challenge? So we see that our user agent is this, but it says you're not Pico browser. How do you figure we would solve this challenge? So to solve the challenge, what we need to do is we need to send a different user agent header. And the user agent header we need to send is this right over here. So if you're looking, so what we need to do is just send the same request, but we're going to send a different user agent header. So I think it's user agent. I think it's spelled like this, but I could be wrong. Let me check again. So user agent, and then colon, and then space, and then the value. So all we need to do is paste this in and make sure that there's a space just in case it gets weird about that. Here you go, everybody. Okay, so if we send this request with the custom user agent header here, then it'll send us this flag. And the flag is picoctf pico secret agent, and this is what we need to solve the challenge. So remember, because we specified the user agent in the curl command, our user agent in this case is Pico browser. So all we need to do is copy the flag, then go over to the challenge page, paste in the flag, submit the flag, and we're finished. All right. Pebble, I'd like to know, you're still here, right? If you're still here, what we've been doing over the last few weeks is we've been tackling all of the downloadable VMs on this website right here. And we're going to be covering another machine from here in just a few minutes after we finish the class. So I think that's the last challenge we're going to be doing tonight. But let's review what we learned in today's class. So I guess it's a bit late, but let's talk a little bit about HTTP methods. So all HTTP requests are made with an HTTP method, sometimes called an HTTP verb. Web pages send the browser different content depending on which HTTP method is used. So most of the time we use either the get method or the post method. If we're sending information to the web server, we use the post method. But if we're just getting information from the web server, we use the get method. The most common HTTP methods are the get and post methods. So we've got a little list of different methods over here. I got it from this site right here, testcars.com. But there's the get method, the post method, the put method, the delete method, patch, head, options, trace, and connect. There are many more HTTP methods than just these, but these are pretty common HTTP methods. But let's do a little review of what we learned today and then finish out the class. So the HTTP referrer header. The HTTP referrer header, which is misspelled on purpose, contains the value of a complete or partial address of the web page that is making the request. It is often used for analytics or logging. The HTTP referrer header is occasionally used by web app developers as a security mechanism, but this is not a good practice, as it was never intended to be used in such a way. We also learned about HTTP cookies. HTTP cookies are commonly used as a security mechanism that allows users to maintain an authenticated user session on a website. In short, HTTP cookies allow users to log in to websites. But since cookie values can be modified by the user, proper care should be taken to ensure that valid cookie values are not predictable or easily guessed. What's next? In the next HackerFrogs After School Web App Hacking Workshop, we'll be learning more web app hacking skills with NATA-CTF. I think that the next session we're going to be doing is going to be covering local file inclusion. But let me check really quick. So let's see. Oh, this is Python. Nope. We're looking at, let me just, Particle to Do says, I love LFI. Oh, well, you should have a lot of fun with, I don't know if you've done the challenge over at the NATA-CTF or not. Let me double check and grab the password for the next. So NATA 6. HM, the first box. Oh, the first box? Okay. Okay. So I think this one is. Oh, okay. So this is a different thing. This is source code analysis. I think there's going to be. Actually, you know what? I've got all my files here. I can just check. Hold on. Let me just look it up. So we're looking at web app. We're looking at web app 3. Okay, so let's see. URL parameters, local, yeah. Local file inclusion is the next lesson. Okay. All right, so that's going to be for next class, but thank you very much to everybody who attended today's session. And we'll be back on Wednesday, where we're going to be covering the next class. That's going to include the local file inclusion exploit, and we're going to talk a little bit about URL parameters in that class as well. But thank you very much. Thank you very much, GoPox. We're actually not stopping our stream. We're going to be moving on to our free hacking session. And in the free hacking session, we're going to be looking at a vulnerable machine from this website over here. So the machine we're going to be looking at is the robot challenge over here. And I don't think I took a quick look at the box, and I haven't hacked against the technology that's on this box. But before we start that, I need to start up the virtual machine. So like I might have mentioned before, you have to download and deploy these machines on your own virtual machine network in order to do them. And let me start up that one right now. So this is the robot challenge. Where is it? Robot. Okay. Let me start that up. Okay, so the virtual machine is starting up over here. Particle to do asks, do you need WSL for this, for the Linux command? You mean the curl command? No, you can use curl with Windows as well. As long as you've got access to a command line, you should be able to use curl. Okay, so the robot machine is located on IP address 10.0.2.45, so we're going to be hacking against that port, against that IP address. So let's get started. And you know what? We can play our music again. So let's turn on the music. And just because we haven't done too many redeems today, let's do a hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so let's do an Nmap scan. So we like to do an Nmap scan when we start our CTF box enumeration. So we're going to scan this IP address over here on 4 threads, very verbose output, on all ports, getting all the versioning information and running all common scripts against whatever we find. So let's run the Nmap scan. It's going to find 3 ports. So the 3 ports are port 22, which is SSH, port 80, which is HTTP, and port 27017, which I don't know what that might be. But one thing we can do is we can copy the port number, and then we can do a little search. So if we do TCP port this number, Google will tell us that TCP port 27017 is the default port used by MongoDB for client-to-server communication. So we're dealing with MongoDB, and that's one of the technologies we need to hack against in this case. So we see here in the Nmap scan that this port 22 is OpenSSH version 8.4. Port 80 is Apache HTTPD version 2.4.56, and port 270.17 is MongoDB 5.0.21. So because we have a software and we have a version, immediately what I like to do is I like to look up whether or not there are known exploits for this software version. So I like to use search exploit, and then I'll look up the software and the version, and there are no search results. So we can also make it a little more loose by getting rid of a couple numbers on the version number, and none there. Okay. There must be something for MongoDB though. Yeah, there is, but not our version. So another thing we can do is we can look up the current version of MongoDB. So MongoDB current version. So MongoDB, please, it doesn't tell us the current version. MongoDB 6. So the latest version is 6. Mongo 5 is from 2020. So this is relatively recent, but it's not the newest version. So because we know that we're hacking against MongoDB, so first of all, we will leave MongoDB alone for a little bit, but we know that there's a web server, so we can do a little bit of enumeration on the web server. So we can use Nikto, and Nikto is a web app security scanner, and occasionally Nikto will give us some good insight as to some vulnerabilities on the web server. But it's just something I like to run because the syntax is very easy to remember. Sometimes you're going to get some interesting vulnerabilities by running Nikto, but not most of the time. So the other thing we can run is Derb, which is another old tool. But the reason I like to run Derb is the same reason I like to run Nikto, because the syntax is very easy. So I can just run it, and it doesn't take too much time. It doesn't find anything, of course. Well, not of course, but sometimes it does, because the word list that Derb uses is slightly different from the ones that are popular. So another thing we can do is Dirbuster. And in the case of Dirbuster, we can give it a bunch of different extensions to do directory fuzzing against. Each one of these extensions is going to increase the time that it takes to run the scan by 100%. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different extensions here, which means that the scan is going to take 800% longer than it would normally. So, well, but it's worth it, I think, to run it against so many different extensions. So there's probably nothing on the web server, and if we manually go to the web server IP address, Mr. Robot. Mr. Robot. I didn't expect this. Okay, so it says, is this a Mr. Robot themed box? Okay. If we take a look at the code, we've got our image.jpg. Okay, great. We got the user Elliot. Yeah, maybe. Do you spell Elliot with one L or two? I don't know. So robots.txt? Robots.txt doesn't exist. Okay. Alright. Well, I guess I guess we could. Okay, so I guess we don't need to scan the rest of this. Let's do some MongoDB. MongoDB? How do you connect to MongoDB? So I actually don't know how to hack against MongoDB. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to HackTricks. So HackTricks is my favorite website to learn about to learn how to hack against different technologies. And if you wanted to go to navigate to it yourself, you can do it at this link. So HackTricks was created by the person who created the Linux, the linps and the winps enumeration scripts. So they probably know a little bit about hacking. There's a search window over here where we can type in the name of the technology we want to hack, and I want to hack Mongo. Yeah, Carlos Pullup, I think his name is. So eventually this should come back, and then I'm going to click on the article that talks about hacking MongoDB. Just a second. Seems to be going real slow. Okay, so MongoDB. Let me click on that. Okay, so let's make the text nice and big. A little less big. So MongoDB is an open source database management system. So this is NoSQL. I haven't done very much hacking against NoSQL. The only other thing that I've hacked against that is NoSQL is Redis, which is another type of NoSQL database. But as far as MongoDB seems to be the most popular NoSQL database, so I guess I should learn how to hack against it. So PyMongo automation. So Nmap has a script Mongo and default, and it's going to, what is this? Okay. So how do you log in? By default, Mongo does not require a password. Admin is a common Mongo database. So this Nmap script, MongoDB brute, will check if creds are needed. Okay, so let's run the Nmap script. So we can replace this with the IP address. Okay. Should get something back in. Maybe. Well, let's read a little more while we're waiting for the scan to come back. Mongo host port, Mongo host port database, Mongo database username. So, is this program installed on Kali? So let's check. Mongo is not installed. Command Mongo not found, but it can be installed with this right here. Do we want to install it? We're going to hold off on installing it. If we need to install this MongoDB client, then we will, but we don't know whether or not we need to yet. There might be a software exploit that we can use, and if we can use a software exploit, then we don't need to install. Particle deduce says not working with the null session. Well, I'm not sure, but I'm waiting for the Nmap script to come back. I don't think we can access the database unless we have the client installed. But let's see. Mongo object IDs. post manual enumeration. From PyMongo, import Mongo client. I don't know if I have Py. I don't even know if I have PyMongo on this on Kali over here. So locate PyMongo. Yeah, I'd have to install this, which I'm not super eager to do. This script is still running. Maybe I have to install the MongoDB client. Okay, well, let's try. $127 MB, huh? Okay, so if this lets me run Mongo, then that's great. Okay, so what is the syntax? So Mongo host. Let's try Mongo host. 10.02.45. Am I in? Okay. Am I just in? Really? Show DBs. Show users. I don't think this is GG. I don't think this is GG. Show collections. Okay, so let's see. Help. Use DB, set current database. So they said that admin is a common DB. Admin is a common Mongo database. So maybe set admin? Admin set to true. Set admin to true? Use admin, is that? Use admin. Switch DB to admin. Deathwish, thank you very much for the input. You don't need to add the port with the host. It's probably using the default port by. It's using the default port right now, but I guess if it was not on the default port, we would have to specify a port. So okay, so we're. How do we show DBs? Show collections. Show collections in current database. Okay, so show collections. Unable to run list connections, attempting to approximate collection names by parsing connection status. So is that because we're not logged in? Use database name. Show profile. Show users. Show users. Show users. Ah, okay. Commander users info requires authentication. So we don't have authentication. We're in, but and we can see some things, but we can't see everything because we're not authenticated. We're not logged in. So does clear work? No, clear doesn't work. Does help work? Okay. Help admin. So how do we log in? Show users, show profile, show logs, use database. User requires auth, right. So is there a connect? What is this? Function URL user pass API parameters. What is this? You specified a user, not a password. User pass API parameters. Okay. Help connect. The shell is a Node.js application. Help connect. Normally one specifies a server on the Mongo shell command line. Run Mongo help to see those options. Additional connections may be opened. So connect host port mydb. Let me check in with the Deathwish. Have you done a lot of MongoDB in the past? You seem familiar with it. Okay, so let's see. Mongod. So MongoDB brute says no valid accounts found. Performed a lot of different guesses. Oh, you're doing some courses on MongoDB. I've never worked with MongoDB before, so it's completely new to me. There are no default creds. Okay, so we've got MongoDB here. We can't access any. We can't access anything because we're not logged in. Connect. Do you have a server running? Do I have a server running? Are you asking if I have a MongoDB? So the MongoDB server is it's on my local network because it's on this virtual machine that I'm testing against over here. So this is a machine on my local network. So, well, I guess I could ask ChatGPT. I'm testing against a MongoDB database, and I have connection to the service. What commands should I use to enumerate the database environment? Okay, so use database name, right? Show collections. Okay, we can't show the collections. So if we try to do show collections. Unable to run list collections, attempting to approximate collection names by parsing connection status. Pebble says, I just checked the write-up for the first part. It's very CTF-like, not a fan. Well, I guess that means that we have to rely on our knowledge of Mr. Robot. But you know what? This is an educational experience because I've never done any MongoDB hacking before. So particle steganography. I don't think. Oh no! If it's actually steganography, then I'm not going to be very happy. Oh no! Are you serious? Is it really steganography? That's dumb as hell. That's not great. You know what? You know, so far I've never had a bad experience with the VulNyx machine, but if it's really forced me to do steganography, then then that sucks. Unable to run list collections. Attempting to approximate. I wonder what this error message is actually indicating. When running show collections, this error message appeared. See, oh, it was obvious with the image of Elliot. Well, it's just that the shell is having trouble retrieving the list of collections directly, possibly due to permissions issues or a problem with the connection to the database. Check user permissions. So let's see. DB get users. Ensure that the user you're authenticated as has the necessary permissions. Okay, this is useful. db.getUsers. Exception requires authentication. Okay, so we're not authenticated. That's why we're not able to get the collections. Okay, so well, I guess if that's the way in, then that's the way in. Let's go ahead and try downloading the image of Elliot over there. This guy. You know, it would have taken if I didn't know this was the way, I would have spent a long time doing other stuff before thinking of this. But it is one of those last resort kind of things. So okay, so JPEGs use steg hide. Oh, I don't have steg hide. Steg. Damn it, what is the name of that program? What is the steganography tool that works with JPEG files? EXIF tools. EXIF tool? So the first thing we can try to take a look at is EXIF tool. What? What the hell? What the hell? Yeah, this is CTF. This is CTF. Okay, well, this is a bit disappointing, but all right. Oh geez. What have we come upon here? All right. I guess we can do some GoBuster in here. The other thing we can do is we can just download that image as well. Okay. So Particle Duty says the box of Mr. Robot on THM was full of rabbit holes. Well, okay. Hey, we've got this. It's not the same. It's not the same. Well, I mean, I wouldn't expect it to be the same. But we've got connect.back, so I guess we can download this. So let's grab. this over here. And wget it. Okay, what kind of file is it? It's a PHP script. It's a PHP script? Oh, geez. Alright. So I guess username is Mongo, password is MongoPass. Okay. Hold on. Let me copy this. And then on a new Mongo, username Mongo, password this, and then the IP address. Oh, is that not the syntax? Let me grab the syntax. Database, username, password. Oh, okay. Database, username, password. (10.02.45). And did I have a database name here? Database is Elliot. Okay. So is it /Elliot in that case? Okay, so am I in? So help, show profile. Not authorized on Elliot to execute command. Really? Show collections. Elliot. Okay, so show DBs. Is this empty? Use Elliot. Show collections. Okay, so how do we dump the information in this database? Let me... Deathwish, if you've got the command, please let us know. DB Elliot find, okay. DB Elliot find. Okay, so is this all that there is in this database? If that's the case, so if we've got this object ID, could we run anything else to enumerate this? Yeah, we can use SSH, but is one of these the password? Is this the password? So if we go over here, we do SSH Elliot at 2:45. We paste in his birthday as his password. That's not it. Is Mr. Robot his password? Password reuse? Maybe. In which case it would be, well, it's probably not going to be this. Okay, so okay, let's go back to hack tricks. So hack tricks here. Login, okay. Brute force. Mongo object ID predict. Okay, so well, at least it wasn't steganography. Get DB users. DB get users. Let's see if there's any other users. Okay, so I can't run this. Show the indexes for a specific collection. DB collection name get indexes. So, alright. Let's run this. The collection name is Elliot. Okay, so get statistics about the current database. Well, we might as well try running these commands. So db stats, objects 1. There's only one object in here. Get collection stats. To get statistics about collection, find documents. Right, so we ran this already, but let's see what happens if we do it with the pretty. Elliot. Okay, well, actually this is nicer. This is a nicer format than this over here. Let's see. UI saw that you can show logs. Yeah. Okay, let's do that. Show logs. Okay, can't run this command. Not authorized on admin to execute command. Show collections. Use DB name. Show DBs. So there's another database, right? There's an admin database. So use admin. Okay, so db.admin.find pretty. Okay, can't run this on admin. So I don't have authorization to look at this. Show collections. Okay, can't see that either. Maybe the object ID. How do we view by object ID? Okay, so let me ask in Mongo, how do we view an object by object ID number? The password might be the object ID. Oh, okay. Well, we could try that. Okay, so the object ID number is this. Oops, that's not it. Okay, I don't think that's the case. Let me... So this is what we're pasting in, but this is not. You can view a document. Let me just grab a drink of water. Hold on. Okay, so switch your database to the database that contains the collection you want to query. Find the object by object ID. Use the find method along with the object ID function. Replace your collection name with the name of your collection and your object ID with the actual object ID. Okay. If you have a collection named users, So can we do a brute force for the objects? You should use Mongo SH, which is the newer shell. Mongo SH. Okay, so let me take a look. It might be possible. So it says in here, Mongo ID object IDs are 12-byte hexadecimal strings. Mongo object ID predict. Oh man, my throat. So Mongo object ID predict. Let me take a look at this article. IDOR through MongoDB object ID prediction. So the post assumes that you have a fair understanding of what an IDOR is. If you're not understand, okay. So, is there a script? Oh, there's a tool. Okay, so this is a useful tool over here. I need to resume my music. Okay, so let me open this up. Alright, so it's talking about the object IDs that are predictable, sure. Vulnerable REST API, okay. Predicting the objects. This is a Python script. Okay. Man, I've got a really sore throat today. So this tool should work on simple MongoDB installations where no clusters are used. And the MongoDB hasn't been restarted. Let's see if we can copy this GitHub repo. So we'll do git clone. This thing right here. Okay, so what is this? What kind of file is this? This is a Python script. Okay. How do we run the script? So let's run Python Multiple exception types. Well, let's take a look at the script and see if we need to what do we need to add to this? Now this doesn't necessarily teach me how to use the script, but let's go back here. Okay. Usually you use this tool together with burp or with your own custom script in order to brute force a resource. Oh, okay. So you have to, I guess we're going to have to write up a script to use this. But I guess before we use this, we should probably try to exhaust other ways to enumerate this this database. First of all, let's Elliot's password. Okay, so the object ID is over here. Show database names, show collections, users. Show users? We don't have admin. Wait, do we? I thought the Elliot user was an admin. Auth source admin. Does that not mean? Hold on. Tell me about this. It means use the admin database to validate the credentials. Oh, okay, okay. Let me just confirm that. Mongo. Database user data. This auth source, right, that makes sense. Okay, so we've got our username, Mongo, password, this, SSL, true, replica set. Specifies the name of the replica set the client should connect to. In MongoDB, a replica set is a group of MongoDB instances that maintain the same data set. Replica set provide high availability and high data redundancy. Auth source. This indicates the database that should be used to authenticate the user. Okay, okay. If it's set to admin, which is the default database for the user authentication, right? Database is Elliot. Named Elliot, right. So, can we show other databases? Maybe there are other databases in here. I mean, Show DBs. Only Elliot, right, okay. DB help. Okay, these are all the methods. Create user, create view, drop user, DB version, write, log out, host info. Okay, we can get some host info. Name, Eval, wait. Host info can't run that. Eval is deprecated. Can't do it. Command help, create user, create view. Current op, drop database. Get name. Get name? Is that the name of the user we're running as? Oh, okay, no, it's a database. Okay. So what was it about logs? We can't do logs. Show logs. Show logs. Show logs Elliot. Show log Elliot. Okay, so Mongo object ID predict post. What are the other things we could try? Log in, right? Showdown. Automatic. Show collections. Show collection find. Count. DB current find. Find in current database with the username. Maybe we can let's try getting the MongoDB version. Show. So we're looking for, how do we output the version of the Mongo software being used on the server? Okay, db.version, right. Okay. db.version 5.0.21. Okay. So I think we've determined that there are no exploits available for this version. But I guess we could check on Google really quick. So we could do here. You know what? You know what we didn't try? We didn't try doing steganography on this image. So we could try downloading this image as well. So if we went over to okay. Image.jpg. Let's do. This is another image.jpg. Well, let's call this image 2. We can't download it? What? No. We can download it. Okay. Okay, so if we do exif tool on image2.jpg, There's nothing super suspicious here. We could try strings. Of at least 10 characters. Wait, what? I... Oh, it didn't save as a... It didn't save this thing as an image. Copy image link, okay. This is a JPEG, okay. Now we can EXIF tool it. XTG open. No. Hold on. Okay. Now that there are no images in here, let's download that file again. Now it's these guys. Okay. Alright, so let's do EXIF tool on this. So this... Now let's run strings. Let's run strings with at least 10 characters. Okay, so no go here. Maybe I really do need to. Maybe I really do need to use the ID predictor tool. But how do you do it? Okay, with the default setting given a seed object ID, it will send back about 1,000 probable object IDs that could have possibly been assigned to your victim's resource. Here's what the output looks like. So what are we supposed to do? Are we supposed to feed this an example object ID? So, okay. So use Elliot. And then, what is it? db.find. db.elliot.find. And this is the object ID right here. Let's grab the object ID. Then go over to the tool that we have here and run this with this number. No? Run it with this number. Hold on. Let's copy all of the code. Okay. Then go over to ChatGPT. Are we supposed to run this script with arguments? Yes, the provided Python script is designed to be run with a command line argument. Here is a breakdown of how to use the script. Okay. You should run this script with the required object ID as an argument, and you can optionally include any of the flags to customize its behavior. Make sure that the required library or module. Okay, so Mongo object ID predict. Is this in... This is a directory. Mongo. Yeah, this should work. It should work. Make sure that the required library or module is available in your Python environment for the script to run correctly. So we would run this. Assuming you have this object ID. Object ID is required. This is the DB object you want to predict, okay? You need to provide a valid object ID string when you run the script. Well, ooh, that's not what I want. Hold on. This was the object ID, but when we ran this, multiple exception types must be parenthesized. Okay, so let's just grab this. Multiple exception types must be parenthesized. Okay, we received the following error. Okay. Wait, what is this? Due to the syntax used in the except clause of the script. Is this a Python 2 script? Is this a Python 2 script, really? Oh, man. I haven't come across a Python 2 script in a while. Okay, so let's run Python 2. Mongo object ID epoch is too far in the past. Okay, so the reason this wasn't working was because I assumed that this was a Python 3 script. It's a Python 2 script. Okay. Okay, so I didn't know this was a Python 2 script. We ran the script with Python 2 and received this error. Indicates that the script is trying to predict object IDs based on the timestamp that is too old for the algorithm's logic to handle. Understanding, okay, possible solutions. Verify the object ID format. Check the time range. The timestamp embedded in the object ID corresponds to when it was created. You can decode it to check its timestamp. This will give you a time and date when the object ID was created. Use more recent object ID. If you're testing this with an object ID generated a long time ago, you might want to use a more recent object ID. You can generate a new one using MongoDB or create one manually. Example usage with a new object ID. Can we create a new object ID from Morehouse Hacks? Hello! Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Thank you very much, Morehouse Hacks. We haven't had a redeem in a while, so let's redeem all the things. Drink all the booze and hack all the things.
This one's dedicated to all the hackers. Yo.
All right, so let's keep on going. So can we create a new object ID from the MongoDB command line? Morehouse Hacks, I was just wondering, are you a cybersecurity student? Are you a cybersecurity professional? Please let us know. You can use the object ID function to generate a new object ID. Here's a step-by-step guide. Okay. Morehouse Hacks says, in between cybersecurity jobs. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I hope you find a new cybersecurity job soon. What kind of role have you? What kind of roles have you worked in the past? Are you working as a web app security tester or network security tester or something else? Bug bounty hunter. I guess if you were a bug bounty hunter, you wouldn't be looking for a new role because you never get fired from being a bug bounty hunter. Okay, so let's see. Thank you very much for following Dispel000. Morehouse Hacks says, my very first role was security and compliance analyst, GRC side. Oh, that's a part of cybersecurity I have very little knowledge about. I don't know very much about compliance stuff. I've only ever worked as a web app security tester. But welcome. You are anybody and everybody. Welcome to hang around. After 8 months, I was promoted to lead security and compliance analyst. That sounds pretty cool. GX000, you're still at it? I went and had a nap. Haha. Well, we're hacking against something different now. GX000. We're now doing MongoDB, and we're seeing if we can use an IDOR. Another 000 brother. Oh, true. Dispel and GX are both 000 people. Each time you call object ID, it generates a new unique identifier. So it is use my database, generate a new object, var. So do I just run these commands? Ah, okay. Morehouse Hacks. It sounds like you had quite the time at your old job. Okay, so let's see if I can run this command here. Okay, so then print the new object ID. Okay, so we've got another object ID that we can feed to the algorithm, or we can feed to the script. Mosax, I had an interview to be a cybersecurity analyst for an offshore oil transport company. Hopefully we'll be in their top 3 for round 2. Well, the best of luck to you. How long ago did you do that interview? No, not this. Okay, so let's go back to my script. Okay. 4 days ago. All right. Well, I mean, it hasn't been a week, so round 2 should probably be coming around. Okay, so this is a list of possible IDs. Man, how can I create a script that iterates through all of these? Okay, so let's redirect this to object ID list.txt. Okay, so let's see. ChatGPT, I guess ChatGPT might be able to come up with a script or something. Let's see. Dispel000 says CompTIA A+. Yeah, A+ is a very good certification. If you don't know about let's see, Professor Messer. He's got a great series of videos on YouTube that talk about security, about A+. So YouTube, let me grab that for you. YouTube.com. A+ Part 2 is tougher than Part 1. There's an A+ Part 2. I had no idea. But let's grab that playlist from Professor Messer. Does anybody know the number that they're up to for A+? It doesn't matter. I'll just grab the most. Let's see, training course. It's split into 2 parts. I haven't. Hold on. Is this the latest version? It's from a year ago. It's from 2 years ago, so there's probably a newer version by now. Yeah, oh, okay. So, let's see. Let me grab the link. So, if you want to, you can go ahead and... I asked ChatGPT for free resources and they recommended Professor Messer, but I wasn't sure if he's actually a good resource or some guru gaming the algorithm. Professor Messer's been around for a long time. And I actually watched his A+ videos when I was studying A+. I didn't get the certification, but I studied A+ just so that I would have a solid foundation for IT stuff. But where were we? Okay, so we've got this script over here. I'm sorry. Now we use the script to get all of the ID numbers, and let me look. Yeah, Dispel, no problem. I'm here to help people. I'm here to help people out. I'm here to, assist people on their learning journey. I'm also on a learning journey myself. Morehouse Hacks, thank you very much for the raid. What were you up to on your stream? And let me give you a follow on Twitch. My Twitch is off screen, but let me navigate to your page. Morehouse_hacks. Okay, let me give you a follow there. All right. Let's see. Morehouse Hacks says, I've been focusing a lot on AW stuff recently. AWS is, well, I mean, if you wanted to get a job as a security tester, the AWS cloud security is probably something that people are very interested in. So, okay, brute force over here. What is this? Oh, okay. This requires access to the configuration file. Cloud Security Architect is the goal for you. Oh, yeah. Let me point out a good website. I don't know if you've seen this before, but there is let's see, Contra Security, I think is the name of the site. And they've got a list over here for security testing against AWS. Anybody else who's interested in learning about cloud security stuff, this is a very useful series of rooms over here. From here, okay, so this tool is given a starting object ID. It'll send back about 1,000 probable object IDs that could be possibly been assigned to the next objects. So you just need to brute force them. Okay, so maybe I should ask ChatGPT about this. Okay, if we have a list of possible object IDs from the script, how can we feed the IDs into a new Python script that can check the system for those IDs, and if found, return the values of those objects. Okay, you can use the PyMongo library. Install PyMongo. Oh, I hate installing new Python modules. Okay. Prepare the object's ID file. Right. Sure, run the script. Okay, so got our fancy script over here. We need to install PyMongo. Okay, so we have the PyMongo module now, hopefully. Create the Python script. Here's a sample script that reads object IDs from a file, checks each ID in the MongoDB collection, and prints the corresponding documents if found. Right. Hmm. Okay, so I see one problem with the script. We need to connect to a remote server. Okay. We need to connect to a remote server to access the MongoDB. MongoDB. Let's see. We also need to supply credentials, a username, and password. Oh, it's thinking. Okay, you can create a Python script to connect to the remote MongoDB server and check for the existence of the list. Okay. Below is an example script that does that. Okay, so I guess we need to plug all these in. We need to plug all these in before we can... Okay. The Shiso Dragon. Hello, the Shiso Dragon. How are you? We're just creating a little script to do a little bit of exploitation on Mongo database. Let's create that file. Nano Mongo Brute, I guess we can call this. Paste this in. We need to supply a Shiso Dragon. Are you a cybersecurity student or a cybersecurity professional? I would love to know. 245. We need a username. Tommy C06. Hello. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. We need a password and we need a database. So I guess the database for Elliot is also named Elliot. So we're just doing this CTF box. It is called Robot, and it is Mr. Robot themed. You can find it over at VulNyx. It is machine number 54 on the website. Let's see, we need... Oh, the username is not Elliot, it's Mongo. Okay. The username is Mongo. Password is this one. Port is this. Okay, so I think that's all we need. Okay, so when we run the script, python mongobrute.py, and we... Oh wait, I forgot to see if we needed to... What is the name of the file we need to supply? Okay. Tommy C06, I wish I knew more Python to be able to do this stuff, but I only knew anything with Python or Linux. Yeah, well, I mean, we're all here to learn. In fact, there's a lot of cases where I ask ChatGPT about stuff about Python. So, for example, you can feed Python some Python script, and then you can try to have it explain to you what's going on inside the code. But did you? In fact, actually, there's a course I can recommend if you want to learn more Python. So, let me So we've got Reddit, and on Reddit there's HackerFrogs. And HackerFrogs, we've got a topic over here. Let me get rid of this. So Python. Over here. And this Skills for All class, if you want to learn more Python, this is a really good resource for learning Python. It's a bit, I mean, it's a very long course, but it's very thorough, and this is why I highly recommend it. And it's also free, so you don't have to worry about paying an arm and a leg to get this education. Okay, so let's see. The last thing we need to do is get the that Mongo cat objects list. How big is this list? It's really big. It's like 1,000 objects or 10,000 objects. Actually, it's not that big. Okay. All right, so let's grab all these. Down to the bottom. Down to the bottom. Okay. Okay, and what we need to do is, Shisa Dragon says, I don't know what I am recently finished graduation in English, but I don't want to do anything in English. I'm really interested in getting into tech. I have a really vague idea how to get into it. So only have an IT support help desk certificate from Google. How do you recommend me to get any entry-level cybersecurity job? Okay, so the first thing, let me take a bit of a break. First of all, I'm going to paste all this stuff into ChatGPT, and then I will give you a bit of advice. So if you want to get into tech, you definitely want to get certifications like A+ and Network+. And a good place to start would be to take a look at the videos on Professor Messer's page over here. You don't necessarily need to get the certifications, but knowing what is in the certifications, the knowledge, that's very useful. So, for example, you could take a look at this playlist over here. So this is for the A+ certification. And you can also take a look at the Network Plus certification as well, which is this playlist. So may I ask if you so the Shuso Dragon, do you live in a big city? Do you live in a big city? I mean, if you're okay telling me what city you live in, then we could try to help you find a cybersecurity meetup that happens in that city. So we can do like we could do a live search for cybersecurity meetups. The thing that you want to do is you want to get acquainted with the local cybersecurity community, because they usually, if there's a large enough community in your city, they'll usually have a monthly meetup, and they'll either be part of the India, Bangalore, India, sure. Let me do a search. There's a lot of people in cybersecurity in India. I know that for sure. So let's just do Bangalore, India, OWASP. So OWASP is OWASP Bangalore. Okay. So OWASP Bangalore chapter on Meetup. Let's take a look. So OWASP is they're basically all about web app security stuff. and they have a very large community over here. It looks like they just met up very recently in October, and they're probably going to have a meetup in another month or so. Let me take a look. Ah, okay. But what I would say is take a look at this page. So that's for OWASP. There's also DEF CON. So there are also DEF CON groups. So for example, let's see, Bangalore DEF CON group. Okay, DEF CON Bangalore, sure. Let's see if they have a meetup page. B-sides, yeah, right. DEF CON forums, meetup groups. They don't want. I don't see one here. DC. This is. Let's look this up on Meetup. Monthly meetup? No. Wait, is this? Oh, this happened in May. But this might be. ISSA has an India chapter, okay. We could just do a more general Bangalore, India cybersecurity meetup. Okay, so this is another group. You could try taking a look at this one as well. Let's see. So the Shiso Dragon says, this is a bit about me, really interested in cybersecurity game development, cybersecurity, learning Python, okay. Never took computer science. Okay. You're 9 weeks into learning Python, decided to keep going, okay, general roadmap for getting into cybersecurity. Built up my resume by getting jobs in smaller roles and then earning certificates, okay. I cannot afford a coding bootcamp or going back to college. I've recently finished the Google IT Help Desk certificate. Okay. Currently looking for an IT help desk job. Yeah, I mean, if you need to do another job like IT help desk while you're looking for education and training to do cybersecurity, that's perfectly fine. A lot of people come from a lot of people who work in cybersecurity also come from they pivot from different IT roles like IT help desk or systems administrator or network administration. So you don't have to worry about that. The important thing is to meet the other cybersecurity professionals in your city and to start networking with them. So not computer networking, but social networking, because that's very important for getting a job in cybersecurity, is knowing the right people. Whoops. Okay, so where were we? Here we go. So we need to add the object IDs. These are the object IDs. Please output them. Format with commas between each ID number so that they can be plugged into the Python script. That was too long, okay. Okay, so maybe what I should do... Hold on. We need to reload the page. Okay, so what I need to do is I need to using Linux, how can I input, how can I reformat a file with numbers on each line Okay, so the first thing I want to do is to put quotes around the contents of each line. Said, okay. Well, you know what? Maybe we should just rewrite the script so that it takes file input instead. Scratch that. Let's rewrite the object ID script so that it takes lines from a file as the input or the, what is the name of the variable? Check object IDs. Check object IDs function. Check object IDs function. Okay, so now check object IDs is She's a Dragon says, I looked into getting SOC analyst roles, but the problem is they always ask for 1 or 2 years experience. Do you have any ideas how to get those kind of jobs by showing the employer that you know the stuff that they're looking for? Well, I mean, that's where your connections come in handy, because the way what you need to do is you need to study the knowledge that would be required for that position. That's the knowledge you would use to get that job. But because you don't have the experience, what you need to do is you need to bypass the HR filter by becoming very familiar to the cybersecurity community. Because in the cybersecurity community, there's going to be people who are looking to fill those kind of roles. There's going to be people in managerial positions, and if you know them and they know that you have a good reputation with them, then you should be able to get that role without having the required job experience. But you have to make sure you know how to, you have all the knowledge to do that job before you try to look for that job. You still need the same knowledge, but you bypass the years of experience by knowing the right people. So Morehouse Hacks as a suggestion, he says that you have to run a server on a right. You set up a virtual machine network, and then you learn about Active Directory, and maybe you can learn about how to do network monitoring as well. Then you mess around with it and break it, fix it, document everything. Yeah, it sounds like a good idea to create your own lab environment. And another important thing is to document everything you do. So if you're doing a lot of exercises, you need to document that stuff on something like GitHub, and do a lot of write-ups. That also helps people know that you've been working. It's proof that you've been working through exercises. Medium also works, okay. But yeah, I mean, I prefer GitHub, but some people prefer Medium. That's fine. Tommy C06 says, find something vulnerable at your current job and write a report on it. Get noticed. Write up your findings and stuff on LinkedIn posts and stuff. Talk at local meetups. Yeah. So GX00 and myself, we're acquainted because we go to the local cybersecurity meetup, and we're involved in the community. So let's see. Oh, input file. Okay. Okay, so let's try this script. Okay, so Mongo brute.py being wait. It's being edited in another window. This one? No? This one? Yeah. Okay. Let's get rid of all this. And let's add our own. Yeah, Morehouse hacks. If you want to drop your links, that's fine. I don't. There's no restriction on. Yeah, so Morehouse hacks has his Medium page over there, and it's probably filled with different write-ups and different write-ups and articles. Okay, so let's see. I guess we need to include all this stuff in input file, args, password, database name, input file. Okay. Let's save this and get out. Dispel000 says you should ransomware a business. Okay. GX00 says doesn't have to be big, but a thing out and meet up at a pub or something. Gauge the interest. Start a local meetup. Yeah, right. So if you don't have a local cybersecurity meetup, you can always start one. Well, I mean, the problem is finding people who are interested in cybersecurity in your area. That would be the biggest obstacle to that. So what were you doing? Mongo brute. Python, right? Python, Mongo. Okay, so we need to supply URI, which is this. Username, which is this. Password. Whoops. Can't spell. If you live in a town of 300, it might be an issue, but I guarantee if you live in a relatively small city, Yeah, I mean the thing is that most people who are interested in technology have at least a little bit of an interest in cybersecurity as well. Okay, so Mongo pass is the password. And then we need to supply database, which is Elliot. And input file. So I guess the input file is the object. Okay. Okay, let's try running this. Wait. Something. No attribute object ID. I need to take a look at this thing. Convert string to object ID. Wait, does this exist? So PyMongo object ID. Let me look this up. PyMongo object ID. No, this should exist. Object ID strip. Module. Let's copy this error message, which is probably repeated thousands of times. Yep. Okay, so let's see what is going on with this error message. When we ran the script, we received this error message. Object ID class is not being accessed correctly from the PyMongo module. In PyMongo, Object ID is part of the bson module, so you need to import it specifically. What? Okay. Here's how you can modify the script to import Object ID from bson. Okay. So is this the only adjustment? Ensure you have PyMongo installed, sure. Run the script. Replacing placeholders with actual values. Okay. Make sure to replace connection name in the find one method with the actual name of your MongoDB collection. Object ID import. Okay, so all we need to do is change the... Hopefully all we need to do is change this. Okay. Do I have the bson module installed? I don't think I have this installed. Okay, well. Do we install the bson Python module? How do we install this? It's actually part of the PyMongo package, so you don't need to install it. Oh, okay. That's great. Alright, so let's just run the script then. Still no. Okay, so let's take a look at the... Okay, let me, let's try running this. Okay, so that works. Okay. So let's copy this other code over here, and we can rewrite the script. Get rid of this. Insert the new thing. Oh, okay. So wait, is this normal? Because these objects don't exist? DB Elliot, URI this, right? Okay, username this, password this. Oh, authentication failed. So it's not authenticating me correctly. Hold on. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Morehouse Hacks says, we'll check you out again soon. Have a great stream. Thank you very much, Morehouse Hacks. Nice having you here, and good luck. Good luck with your job search. I hope you get us called back soon. But let's send you out with a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
So let's see. Probably won't be streaming for too much longer. I need to get offline and get some dinner. So hungry. But let's see if we can get this script working before I have to go. Deathwish says you need to use the admin database for the authentication. Okay. Oh. So does that mean we need to change the database from Elliot to admin? Well, let me when running the script, we receive this error. Okay, authentication to the MongoDB database failed. So check credentials. Check URL, database URL in the script. Ensure that you're using the correct URL in the script. MongoDB username, password, host, DB name. When connecting to the database, you're using the correct connection string format. Okay, so let's see. User permissions, network and firewall, URI. Is this? Oh, geez. Okay, okay. I need to get some. I need to get some food. But thank you very much for everybody for coming today. Let's check and see if there's anybody from the InfoSec community that is streaming right now. And you can see all of these wonderful community members at InfoSec Streams. This website right here. So let's see. So if you, let's see, so Het Tennis is on. Let's see what they are streaming right now. They are streaming, continuing our review of the Linux administration course. Okay, so if you feel like learning some Linux administration, we can raid into Het Tennis. Alright, so before we go out, let's do one more Hack the Planet. Actually, let's do a Stellar Jays. So these are my favorite birds. And if you've never seen these birds before, they're pretty good. They're great, in fact. And let's see. So this is an example of some Stellar Jays. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna be back on. We're gonna be back on Wednesday, and we're gonna be doing more hacking and more learning. I hope to see you then. But we're gonna raid Het Tennis. Please participate in the raid, and please send the following raid message when you get there. It's hip hop hack with the OS frog, just like this. The Shisa Dragon says, should I go to this event? It's in person. Yeah, go any in-person event, as long as you don't need to pay money to get in. Go ahead and go there and start talking to people. That's what I would recommend. But let's raid. /raid het_tennis. Alright, everybody. And we're going to be back on Wednesday. See you on Wednesday, and have a great week. We'll see you next time.